Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two, and this is session 7 of our playthrough of the 7th Citadel, a curse called Dadachaem's Awakening. So what is there to say before we start here? Hopefully you can't hear the air conditioner too badly. We're getting temperatures starting to rise here. This room gets very warm. Doesn't look like the air conditioner is coming through, at least when I'm not speaking, but hopefully it's not messing with my voice too much. It's been a while since we played our last session, so we're going to have some recapping to do. But let's do some bookkeeping first. Check in with the chat. Jonathan was just saying that the group that they've set up in the Discord, their own Discord, but lots of people from Co-op for Two, have been playing puzzle games, and Jonathan was just reporting their success in one of these puzzle competitions. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you can jump in the Discord. Jonathan will give you a link directly to the Perplexed Hunters Discord, but you could also find it by coming into the Co-op for Two Discord and asking for a link. There's a link to the Co-op for Two Discord and Board Game Geek Guild on this YouTube page, if you can find it. YouTube makes it a little hard to find it. Other bookkeeping to do here. Yesterday, Tuesday night, we had a long session playing through Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective West End Adventures Case 3. It was a very good case, a case called The Question of Identity, or A Case of Identity. A big, long case with lots of little details to chase down. It was a little bit of a different experience than normal, but very satisfying. I also put up a review of the latest Cryptic Killers game called Murder in Market Hill, which we played and liked. And tomorrow, I think we'll go up a review of the Martian Game Factory, which is behind me. And then maybe sometime over the weekend, review of the side quest games. Probably no live streams this weekend until Sunday, probably. So, yeah, so there's that. Okay, anything else to talk about? So shall we do a recap of where we are here on 7th Citadel? The last mission we played was called, the last scenario was called Respite, and it was essentially just a scenario that said, take some time, go wherever you want, just explore, catch up on loose ends, and here are some side quests. So we picked a couple side quests. We actually were supposed to pick only one because we had enough of them, but we gave ourselves two, including the special one based on the fact that we had this very unusual card. It's sort of very much in spirit with 7 Citadel authors, that they've got this very odd case that is not going to happen to 95% of players, that they randomly happen to have gotten this book of 20, one book of 20. But we did that. It was pretty cool because when we got this original book, Vegetables, Treatise on Rural Poetry for Carrots, I was saying how bitter I was that this book was so weak, but we actually got a chance to go through this side quest and upgraded that book, found a secret message in the book, and turned it into a different book. Or we found the spell, secret spell in there that gave us more power. And we actually also completed this side quest, Tradamus and the Stellar Scope. Most of our time in the last session was spent going to the village of Kel, and it was a place that we were itching to go back to. Here it is on our map. So there's the great city of Kel. This whole place was once the Kel Protectorate. And we spent most of our time in Kel, and we had some real adventures there. We got into a duel with a noble, and we declined to kick him in the butt when we won, which we thought we were doing him a favor. But the whole town got mad at us. He got mad at us. The whole town spit at us because it was a great dishonor to not kick them in the butt when you win a duel. And that gave us a little, we begrudged the town for that. And so after we did all the stuff in the town, we let this fairly useless companion of ours, she saw a musical play and she was not suited for it. She was not cut out for it. But we said it would break her heart if we didn't let her perform on the stage. So we did let her perform on the stage. And we got some reward. I don't remember exactly what reward we got for letting her do that. But certainly we felt better about ourselves. And she came in handy once or twice after that. We got into some area at the back of Kel where, in fact, can I bring up the map? The proper map of Kel inside? Let me see if I can do that. That would help us a little bit. Whoa, what did I do? Okay, let me see if I can bring up this map for us. Tablet is starting up. Okay, give me a second for that to do. So finishing recapping, there was an area of Kel that we couldn't get into, and hold on, let me just bring it up. Session 5. We want session 6. No, it's not going to be it. Well, that's a shame. Maybe I don't have it here yet. Let me see if I have it on my slideshows here. There's Cal. Okay, not an ideal image. Did I make a cropped version of it? Doesn't look like it. Well, there's Cal. You can see the stage in the lower left that we let her perform on, and then we went fully south. They blocked us from continuing. I forget now. It's hard for me to zoom in here and see that, but I forget exactly what we why they blocked us. If you can read that, you can let me know. Otherwise, during the break, we'll do it. And then we completed another mission by stealing this shield of innocence from this innkeeper, and we returned it to a guy who was out in the wilderness here in a little caravan. So, whoops, you can see this map, right? Okay. So on the left of your screen, right there, now in the center, this is a guy in a caravan here, and we stole this shield of innocence from Kel. We returned it to him. I guess he was in this arrow slits here that you see on the right hand side of the screen. That's his caravan. We returned it to him, and Jonathan did not want me to steal this shield of innocence, but because those villagers spat on us, I felt like we had the right to do it. And we snuck up the back, we stole it, and when we returned this shield of innocence, he said, "Thank you for stealing this chastity belt for me. I've been wanting it for a while." And he gave us a weapon. And he gave us the best weapon we've ever had yet in this game. And I want to show it to you. He gave us this. A Chthonian scepter. This amazing weapon for us. Because unlike our other strong weapons, we have a sword here. No, that's not a comparable weapon. Where's our other magic weapon? Maybe we threw it away. Okay, we threw away our other weapon. Because most of our weapons that are strong, they have this arcane magic that can power them. There are only a couple of those arcane magic cards, but we know where to get them, and we have a couple of them. That makes it super powerful. This is one more powerful than our previous weapon. Plus, you can use, if you don't have arcane energy, you can use these arcane symbols to generate successes, which is good because we have a bunch of arcane symbols and our other weapons didn't use them. Plus, this lets you draw less cards if it's beneficial. And the most amazing thing is it doesn't block and it doesn't break. You don't have to roll a die to see if it breaks. So we've got this amazing weapon. Look how weird it looks, too. It's full of magic. What a weird thing. All right, so we got this weapon from stealing that thing. So maybe all of our good deeds we should reconsider, because the stealing has paid off for us and we didn't get a bad reputation of it. And then we swam across the lake to this castle here in the lake, and I forget what we got there. We got some stuff. We may have gotten this weapon here. It was like, was that the place where there was the sunken stuff? I can't remember if it was the sunken stuff or the armor. We got this pretty powerful armor, but we're probably just going to drop it on the ground once we get something better. This armor is not that useful for us. Although, look, we could use this to get a blessing if we purposely fail. And then we got this net that allows us to ignore evasive and draw 2 extra cards. That's a pretty big deal to be able to draw 2 extra cards during a fight. And it's a secondary in fabric. So we did note, though, that that was the only downside of our scepter, is that it's also a secondary. So you couldn't combine it with this, unfortunately. Okay. What other adventures did we go on at our last session? We fought the noble. We swam underwater to dig up some treasure. That's where we got one of those things. we investigated this little, what do we call this? A Kell monument, this thing in the center of the screen here. And this was something we need to talk about because it sounded like the game was telling us that if we build out the map where this thing is, we could maybe start future missions at this location. So one of the things we have to think about is if we want to build a feather in that area of the map so that we can start there. In other words, I think the game was letting us start not here at our Citadel, but give us an option of starting here. And where am I getting that from? Here. So look, if you look at this part here, it says, tells you where to start. So even the last mission, Respite, we could have had these options of starting. Look, normally you'd start at 75, which is where our Citadel is. But if a Kell's column, and I believe that was the thing we saw there in the map, can be seen on any feather card, so it has to be on a feather card, then we can start there instead. Or if there's an old cemetery on a feather card, we can start there. So now we're getting a little better picture of what the feather cards do. They seem not that useful, but we have the feather card here that lets us start here. And then we built one, let's see, we built one here. And then I believe we chose to build one here that's not uncovered yet. And by building these feather cards, which locate monuments, one of the things that those feather cards do, in addition to getting us a little story, is they let us start the game from that position. And that saves you a whole bunch of traveling if that's the direction you have to go. So we need to think about whether we need to be building more feather cards. And we do have one upgrade to spend today before we get started. So we have to decide that. Let me check. Jonathan said something else. Jonathan says, we also solved a puzzle bug game. Yes, the ladybug puzzle, which we can go and play again for a new prize. And I have better tokens now. I realize I should have done that using tokens instead of writing. I think that would have been a lot easier for us to follow. But so there's that. We may want to go back to Kell. Let me take myself off this and get us the proper plastic mat. So I have been hanging this on the wall because if you fold it, it gets creased. So I've just been storing this by hanging it on the wall with some blue tape. All right, so here's what we got already. We've got our starting feather card here. Okay. And then we built this one before. We built the old cemetery. So we could actually start new games if it's the same in the future as it was in our last session. We could actually start here instead of here. If we chose to build this feather card here, remember you can only build feather cards adjacent. So we could build a feather card here with our last upgrade, or here. If we build one here, I think we'll be able to start each new scenario here if we wanted to. On the other hand, we can walk here. It's not that hard. It's not that costly to do it. And I think, if I'm not incorrect, I believe what we learned actually, this is kind of important. I believe what we learned when we investigated this this weird Y-shaped thing, right, which is also on our map here. Oops, also on our map here. Okay, what I believe when we looked at it, what we learned was that from there, we can return home for a small cost. I forget exactly what that cost was, but it was quite reasonable. So it's not just that, but only if we have a feather map for this position. So it's not just that we can start our game here, but we can end our session here if we build a feather card there. That's pretty significant. Autumn reminds us that the rule was that it costs you 10 cards to go home. And remember that if the place is built, sorry, maybe we do it this way. If we've already explored, let me bring this up better. Okay. So the point is that if we've already explored to here, then it's not so costly to walk home, right? It's like one card for each space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards. So you would say, well, what's the big deal? You save 10 cards. I mean, 10 cards versus 7. But the point is that if this area hasn't been explored, then each step is an exploration card that has to be resolved, which could involve a full fight. So it's very costly to re-explore. So if you knew that all your mission stuff was down here, then it would be far better to start from here, go to Kel, do your stuff, and then come back to here and never have to go into this whole area here. Now, let me see if I can discard this and get it back out. Discard changes. So, I think that's something for us to think about. Yes, let me bring this back up. Okay, so there's that. I have a map of Kel somewhere. This is my reconstructed map of the whole place. I have a map of Kel somewhere that I need to put on this tablet when we take our first break. Okay, so I might be inclined to put a feather card here to let us start and end from here. But on the other hand, you could make the argument that at least we can afford to go here, but maybe it would be better for us to wait and go or put one here. I think we've walked up here at the edge. One of the things we found is at some edge here, it's too expensive for us to go. Our shiver is not strong enough. And down here, same thing. Our shiver is not strong enough to go past the mire. So it may be that we would be better off using our feather, using upgrades to get feather cards once we get more area here. Like here, we don't know how to get to. But on the other hand, if this is expensive, which it is, we don't know how to get, this is too expensive for us, this is too expensive for us. Maybe this is an intermediate step. Like maybe we have to build these in order to better build these later. And remember, you can only build, you only turn these over at the new stage. So it's not like on one turn you could build here and here. If we want to build here after the next session, we have to build here this session. Something to consider. So we've already done that. We're waiting for that to unveil on the start of our next turn. But we could choose to build something here or something here. We only have one upgrade we haven't used. So that's that. Anything else? I guess that's it. So let's look again at how we ended the last session. We read these finales, 163 and 149, for the 2 side quests we finished. This one gave us the new book, and this one told us, we were told to go do this to further increase our shiver level building, but as Jonathan pointed out, it was basically a fake out because it didn't really mechanically do anything, but it could be checked for later. I want to show you, let's see, 3 more things as by way of recap that we need to do. One was, at some point during our quests, we got this mysterious sketch. Maybe it's better if I put it here. Okay, so what does this say? I forget where we got this book, but it's an autobiography written several cycles ago by a Waterbank ship owner. Waterbank is a town we keep hearing about. There's a passage in this book where it mentions a secret, thanks to which the author would have continued to prosper until his retirement, hidden where no burrower can come and dislodge it. It awaits the day when a successor will appropriate it. On the next page, a sketch has been drawn. So this looks like it's a cliff. Some sort of cliff with 3 trees. This is a treasure map that requires climbing to get to it. So we need to keep our eye open for this view. This could be outside the crevice, but I think a burrower could get to it. So, and the fact that we need to climb makes me think this is a cliff. So keep your eye open for this. I suspect we haven't encountered it yet. It's probably, let's see, I mean, do we have anything that looks like it could be cliffs? We've got lots of mountains on the outskirts. So it may be in one of these mountainous areas. So keep that in mind to look for. We've also got our strange mark that we haven't found yet. Remember, that's a plant mark that looks a little bit like Dino the dinosaur from the Flintstones. We also encountered something very cool. You might have forgotten about this. I forget who gave this to us. Maybe the same guy who gave us the weapon. Look at this parcel. Look how cool this card is. All right, so it's addressed to Vesnia of the Gurgling Coaching Inn. When another card mentions the name Vesnia, take a 462. So we can deliver this package to someone. It's got like a royal seal. A wax seal, at least. And I think we might know where we have a side quest that involves her, but look what it also lets us do. This is so amazing. If we want to, we can open it up ourselves instead of delivering it. If we do, we throw out this card and we read 435. So we can deliver it. It might be useful for us to know who gave it to us, because then we would know, but it didn't seem like there was anything nefarious about it. But if we get greedy, we can open it up ourselves. And is there a story on the back? You have retrieved the package carried by a man who recently died at a dispensary in town. Okay, so there's the backstory. Recently died at a dispensary. So you might guess that we would just get a good deed by returning this. But if we open it, we might get something wonderful ourselves. Might be his last possessions on Earth. Might be money. We don't know. All right, so Vesnia we're looking for that. And then let me show you the last amazing thing that we stumbled across. We got another book. Look at this book. I think Jonathan got us this book. I forget how. Only part of the book is still readable. The rest of the pages have been charred by flames. It's a monster manual. And it tells us about crystal toads and aberraks with a thick hide. Inedible, don't upset it. Once tamed, though, it makes excellent draft animals. They can pull the heaviest load. If we can find an aberrak and train it, then maybe we can carry more stuff. But look at what's on the back of this. During fighting, during the gear up, we take a luck card to try our luck. Remember, we have the fortune teller, so we can influence this. If we get lucky, we lower the die of the first fight by 2. That makes the first fight significantly easier. And take a 150. A 150 is the blessing cards, if I'm remembering correctly. No, 150s are your focused. There's only one of these, but if we're not focused yet, we can use this to take any card we want from our discard or our action deck and bring it into our hand. That's pretty damn amazing for the first fight of every creature, and that's a permanent knowledge, right? That book never goes away. The only time we wouldn't be able to use it is if someone has ambush that we're not allowed to gear up. So we're getting stronger for sure. All right. Okay, so return all cards from the past. I've done that. Discard my hand. Okay, let me do that. Okay, everything's discarded now. Take a 7, that's just a save. And our next mission is about the Great Library, which is kind of exciting. Jonathan says, did we get, regarding that book, did we get the book on the isle we had to swim to? It's quite possible, but I think it might have been the guy who was hanging up in a tree that gave us one of those books. All right. Are we ready to begin here and read our next introduction? No, we're not. We need to decide how to use our upgrade before we read the next introduction. I think, although we could actually do it, I guess we can do it during the preparation before it tells us to reset them. So it hasn't told us to unblock all our Hope Reborn yet, so we can hold on to them. All right, let's read our introduction to the next scenario. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me just see. Okay, so I was wrong about Vesnia. We have a quest that wants the name Valn. 073, not Vesnia. So here are ongoing quests. I've just typed them out so they're a little easier for us to follow. We've got the woman who wants 3 Gambor's boon. We're carrying one of them. The Mirror of the Soul, we got rid of that. We pawned it off on someone. I guess we can find it again and use it again. We finally got rid of our Ring of Repentance. That's the other thing that happened during the last session that was very fun. We had to work very hard to do a bunch of good deeds, put out some fires, some explosions, and we got rid of our ring that was reducing our weight. That was amazing. We've got our poison people. That was the one mistake I made. Well, I may have made more, but I made a bad mistake at the end of last session. Jonathan was like, heal this woman before you end the thing. And I got all confused at the end after 6 hours, and I failed to heal them. And now we're going to have to spend a lot of energy when we do heal those people. But we have to heal 3 people, I believe. But we did pick up some, during the last upgrade, we picked up some healing cards, which is nice. We know where they are. We know where that village is. Okay. And then we got a mission called Cold Hard Cash that told us to look for coins on permanent events, little tiny gold coins. So in addition to the mushrooms, we should now be looking for gold coins. And then we got another side quest called A Good Deed. So more incentive to do more good deeds. That's what we were doing to get rid of that ring. Now we've got reasons to do another set. Okay, so those are our side quests, and then I've got my general notes here about cards. Okay, now we're ready to read, but remember that we have one more Hope Reborn to spend to do an upgrade, or to keep it for health, but probably we don't want to keep it because there's a limit 7 per scenario, and we want to be able to get the full 7. All right, here we go. The Great Library. We've heard about the Great Library, but we don't know where it is. Introduction. Each player returns all of their cards. Let's not read this yet. Returns all of their cards with the keyword temporary, unblocks all skill cards, and blocks all cards with the keyword companion. So when are we going to get told to return our Hope Reborn? Okay, in the preparation. So we're still okay. Unblocks all of their hand cards, blocks all of their companions. Okay, so our 2 companions get blocked. So I'm going to add them to the set of cards that are blocked, which go here now. Unblock all of our hand cards. They were already unblocked. Shuffles all our cards. Okay. All right, let's read. Bael, who's in charge of medical issues, brings you to the tents occupied by the former soldiers. Remember, the soldiers got welcomed in. She points to the fluffy cocoons covering the canvas. This is what I wanted to show you. It looks like our new friends brought these in their packs. Don't touch them, she warns, holding your arm. If left alone, they multiply slowly. But when you try to remove or destroy them, they proliferate. Once attached to the skin, they weaken their host and who knows, maybe even cause its eventual death. So did these soldiers that were running away from Rilda that we welcomed in, did they bring invasion of the body snatcher cocoons purposefully to destroy our whole area? Several days have passed and the cocoons are now sprouting around the camp, including on the clothes or skin of several of the community members who are sick with worry. You've tried to contain the cocoons, but they have continued to spread. You have no other choice but to isolate the infected. Tensions are rising between the community and the former soldiers who are accused of having brought this infectious affliction with them. When at your most desperate moment to find a solution, a man asks to see you. Do you remember me? I was part of the convoy attacked by Rilda. Have you thought about visiting Dadachaem's Citadel? Perhaps the solution is hidden there. According to reports, that's where the soldiers were infected. The danger is real, and I will consider this option as a last resort. In that case, the Water Bank Library? It remains the greatest source of knowledge in the collapsing lands. The Master Librarian has labored to enrich it with the support of the chain, whose links bring back to him the works they discover. Perhaps you can find a book about this ailment. So we may have let in these soldiers who may have been saboteurs and brought in these cocoons on purpose. However, before we jump to that conclusion, they did tell us when we brought them in that there was this whole cocoon infection that they were fleeing. So these little cocoon things may have inadvertently followed them. But we should consider that they could be traitors. Okay, here's the symbol for today's quest. Remember, we got to keep an eye open for that in any cards, because we would take those cards instead of the blank ones. All right, now, after careful consideration, you decide to go to Waterbank. This is exciting. We've heard about it a lot. We've never been there. There are no better leads anyway. On the day of departure, Walton interrupts your preparation for the trip. Here's the new version of the ground shiver I was able to complete. It should be more effective than its predecessor. Have a good trip and be careful. So it sounds like we're going to be able to go to a new area today. Very exciting. Our goal is to find a book about the cocoon infection, the curious cocoon infection. You must go to Waterbank's great library to gather information on the best way to fight the spread of cocoons. Okay, we got a ground shiver 7. Life points go to 85. Whoa. 2 cards, and then we've got our Hope Reborn stuff. Okay, so before I continue reading this, we need to choose our upgrade. All right. Very exciting. We are going to be able to flip this card over before we start. Now, what do we know about Waterbank? We know that the caravan from Waterbank was here. I'm not going to flip this yet. I just want to look at it. Is Waterbank on our map? Waterbank would be near water, we would think. Do you see any Waterbank? I mean, they came through here, so I don't see any Waterbank on our map, though. I think, if I remember, they may have told us where Waterbank is. I think they may have said north. North in the middle. Oh, there it is, right there, Waterbank. Okay. So there's Waterbank. They did say when we found them that they had come from the north. We don't know if this sea is still here, but there is still water here. Okay, so if today's mission is to go this way, then maybe this is not the right thing for us. But if we built a feather here, that would save us some trouble walking this way, if that's how we're going to get there. We don't know of any path. Well, that's not quite true. We built a bridge that maybe we would go to Waterbank this way. If we build this feather, we might travel up this way. So a feather here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, since there's lots of stuff here, but same with here. And I guess for this mission, this might be a little more useful than this. Well, but we don't have to build a feather. We can pay to take the bridge if we have a barter item. We do have the carrots to barter. I think that might be it. No, we also have a flute, which is a musical instrument which we don't need. So we do have one barter item to pay to cross the bridge. So maybe we don't need to build the feather, but remember, the feathers have to be built incrementally. So like if we wanted to build a feather here eventually, or here, we have to build one here, and we can't do that all in one shot. So there's that. Let's look at other ways we might spend our upgrade, though. Okay, here is our destiny thing. I guess we've got space to build. I mean, we've got places we could build anything. If we wanted to head towards another number as a way of discovering these super powerful numbers, this one might be our closest one. This is probably our closest one. If we wanted to go to an upgrade route that was building more buildings, we could go here. There's lots of places we could get feathers. If we go feather, building feather. I guess if we're not caring about going to a number, then we can just choose whatever we want. If we wanted to work our way to a number to discover what superpowers there are for future scenarios, we could do that. But so feather, we could get more skill cards. I feel like we've got the important skill cards that we wanted to get, which was the healing. There are maybe one more that would work well with our weapons if we get more arcane, more generic, but I'm not that focused on skill cards now that we got our healing. Reflex cards I don't particularly like. We got one. We wanted to try it out, and it was particularly bad. But if we were curious, we could look at more of them to see the kinds of things we could get in reflex cards. So the reflex cards are all this triple star thing, which are very good for results. And here, let's see, immediately after this is revealed, you can draw one additional card. That's great. That's much better than the one we got. You can discard cards in your hand to do the trigger the card actions. You can class action, class. There's actually, it looks like a lot of them are the same. And some of these got errated, actually. This draw additional card is much better than the one we got. And then here's some that give you shield. So there are not that many different kinds of these. But now that I remember it, before I forget, I do want to check the errata for the reflex cards. So this errata says, immediately after this is revealed, you may shuffle one other card you just revealed back into your action deck as if you had not drawn it. I guess this lets you pick one of the cards you drew and replace it. But I'm not clear what that's errata-ing. Let's see. To avoid an exploit, you may shuffle one other card. I see. So one of the reflex things said you may shuffle one card, so maybe it was people were using it to do this one. Not sure why you would do that. Okay, not important. Our reflex card is in there. It's useless. Okay, so Jonathan wants to head to another outer number. Well, if we wanted to head most quickly to the next outer number, we would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or we could head towards this one through this route. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2 further here, but this path has 3 feathers. This path has 2 feathers. I guess the problem with this is these next 2 things are really sucky. Like, I don't really want to get rid of cards from my hand. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 I wouldn't mind losing, but and then I really don't want to do another reflex card. I'm sort of focused on feathers. I'm thinking about feathers. This one seems a little more 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be the fastest path here, which would be a skill card upgrade, a feather, throw out some cards, Citadel, this. I kind of feel like I want to do feathers. But we could do... I feel like feathers fits our exploration thing. So can I suggest that we use a feather now, and then when we get more, we can consider. Like, I want to do a couple feathers each scenario so that we incrementally build progress, because we can't do them all at once. So if you're okay with it, I'd like to do this feather. It brings us closer to a building upgrade in case we want to do more building upgrades. But we'll try to work our way to a number. Okay, Jonathan says it's okay with him. Okay, so we're going to do this feather here. And that's going to use up our last Hope Reborn. So I'm going to block that off. And we're going to take a feather card. Okay, so what feather card do we want? That's the question. Do you want Kel, which would let us start from Kel for sure? But our current mission is up here. Or do we want this, which would make it possibly easier for us to go up this way, easier for us to, don't forget, we've got people that need healing over here. I think they're over here and over here. So I'm kind of thinking here. Under the assumption that maybe the same rule will let us start here. Although I could absolutely see the case for building it in Kel. It's just Kel isn't useful for today's mission. So maybe we should focus on today's mission and build this one here. That would be my suggestion. How does the group feel about that? We'll sort of spread out like this. So we're going down, we're going up. All right, well, if the group is okay with that, I'm going to take card 55. Which is here. Oh, okay, let's see. Let me see what Jonathan says before I draw it. Jonathan says, but if we take the bridge, we wouldn't need to start over there. So I don't feel that strongly. It's true, if we take the bridge to Waterbank, then maybe this is pointless. And we know we do have to go back to Cal. Well, I'm up for whatever the group wants. You let me get a feather card, I'm okay with either of these two places. These are the only two places we can build. And I don't really have a strong feeling of one over the other. So why doesn't the group decide? Jonathan or Isara, decide which of these two you want. They're both places we have to go back to. They're both places near difficult areas. They're both places with one adjacent, so they're very similar. Jonathan says, let's do Cal. Okay, so Jonathan has changed his mind. We're going to do Cal. I mean, Jonathan has picked something different. Now, if that bridge doesn't lead to it, Jonathan, and we have to go this way, the thing is, this is not a difficult path on this this walkway, so it's not the worst thing. Okay, so here we are. We're going to do 74. You have sent a small group of volunteers to explore the area southeast of the mire. When you return to the Citadel, you can learn about the changes in the swamp. During the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, flip this and read the dialogue whose number can be seen in the top left. Okay, so we get to put this in, and we'll be exploring that at the beginning of this scenario. All right, now we can finish up our preparation stage here. Okay, ground shiver is 7, so it's gotten a little stronger. That's nice. We can go to some areas we couldn't go before. Yeah, we're at 7 now. It seems to always go up by 2, as Jonathan pointed out. Okay. I think we need... Nothing has told us to draw something in here, but I think we need... So we called ourselves the Mouse Whisperers for mouse. I'm going to draw my little creature here. So that's our banner. A little prehistoric mouse creature. All right, so life pointers back to 0 and then up for single player to 85. That's a lot of health. Either that means this is going to be a long mission, or it means that it's going to be a very dangerous mission. Okay, 2 cards from our hand. Okay, that's our starting cards. What else? Okay, now we can choose to unblock companions. Now remember, we have the arcane well, so we can either leave our arcanist woman at home for a benefit, or we can, and she's the most powerful person in this whole world, according for our purposes. So we're going to use our arcane well to bring her back, and then we can pay 2 life points to bring her back into our group if we want. Now, is she worth it? That's the question. Well, she can play music for people, and she can negotiate. And she's got the keyword music. I think for that reason alone, we should always take her if we can, because that music, it's not used often, but it does let us unlock things. All right, so I'm going to pay 2 health, bring us down to 83 to let Jalria come with us again. These 2 are very close friends, so we can't really take one without the other. All right, so we spent 2 life to bring her up. Okay, all Hope Reborn cards now go back. So all 7 are going back, and hopefully we'll find all 7 again. Look at your side quests. We could, so it's interesting now that, remember before it let us go to the cemetery. Now, no, this is only Kel's column, which Jonathan chose to build. So we are going to be able to start there if we wanted to, but I don't think we will want to. Now, what was the part about the temporary stuff? I don't think I did that part yet. This was supposed to be at the beginning. Return all cards with temporary. So we do have 1 temporary. It was We Were in Shape. We have to remember to use these temporary cards. Okay, so 153 goes back. That's the only other temporary. This was our upgrade, this amazing upgrade that increases our hand size. All right. Now, we've got our reminders. And let's look at our book for some reminders. So here's our startup reminders. And in fact, we need to add something here that I forgot to add, which is the feather cards. Okay, so here's our start of game reminder of other stuff we have to do because of what we built. We did the arcane well. That lets us bring that apprenticed arcanist back. Then we've got plant growth, which was this magical spell book that we found in the Carrot Treaty. So we go up by 2 every session now in our provisions. We are going to max this out very quickly, I think. All right. And then we've got the 4 buildings we built early on that lets us increase these each by 1 every prep phase. Okay. Then we've got the smithy. The smithy building lets us either repair a weapon or armor, unblock a weapon or armor, or take a 190. So we're going to take a 190, but then we're going to drop it probably. So there's our Gladius. Turns a fist into a success and breaks, but it weighs 2 and we're at 10. So the question for you is there anything, would you rather take that and drop something else? We have this sword, which is just about identical, but a little bit better. So given that we have the sword, which is identical, we can't take them both. They're both blades. It feels like there's no reason to take the gladius. Ideally, if we had infinite weight, we could take them because they do sometimes break if they fail. But short of that, we don't have the weight to do it. Okay, so that's the smithy. Pretty useless building. Okay, and then the feather cards. Okay, so now the feather cards have their instruction right on them. This really should be in the instructions because it's easy to forget. But what it says is, during the preparation phase, if you're at the Citadel, flip this, read the dialogue. So we've got 2 cards to flip. Let's start with Kel. Okay. What? What a ripoff. Jonathan, look what you did to us. We headed for the mire along the western shore of the Great Sea. There we helped a fisherman from Kel to patch up his nets, and he offered to take us to the city. As it was not your order, I was not in favor of it, but Lorik and Solian insisted so much that I finally gave in. It should be said we never hoped to set foot in a city again. The crossing was rough, but we finally landed on the docks. According to the fishermen, if we had come on foot from the north, we would have had to pay a toll to enter Kel. The city lost a lot of its area during the War of the Worms, and many buildings are being repaired. Kel is gradually recovering, but I don't think it will ever get back to its former greatness. We had a drink at the tavern that's across from the dispensary before going toward the palace, where a guard refused us entry. Solian spent our last few possessions at the Gobit game, and since we could no longer afford a room, we spent the night near a chicken coop before setting out again the next morning. So, +1 influence, +1 book, and banish this. So, we don't even get a map there. Okay, +1 knowledge, which we don't need any more of this stuff because we are going to max these out on our own very soon, but I've done that. Now this gets banished. Now, is there another 74 card? That's the question. Is there another 74 card that we might do this again? No, there isn't. I mean, there is a 70. Yes, there is. It's not gold. All right, that was a ripoff. That was a ripoff. There is another 74 card, but it could be the similar thing. It might not even be a feather. Are you supposed to read 74 from the dialogue book? No. I'll tell you why. Even though it does say, could this card read the dialogue? Numbers can be seen in the upper left. But look, it's talking about this. This is a trick. There is no number in the upper left. Is card 25 and the card 25. I mean, I can peek at 74. I don't think so, though, because there is another 74 card. I could peek at this other 74, but I probably don't think I should. There is an alternate card that goes here. But this doesn't have a number in its upper left, so I don't think so. I think we just missed out. That's a shame. Jonathan, shame on you. All right, but we do get this one. Let's see. Did we need to read what's on this side? Small group of individuals. Okay, here we go. Let's read this one. Let's see if we have better luck here. In the times that preceded the War of the Worms, let me just make sure there's no non-gold 80. Okay. Galdarok went into rebellion against Kel. I remember this story. With whose hegemony it no longer tolerated. This cut Galdarach's ties with the rest of the Protectorate. For nearly 60 cycles, only rare bits of information of uncertain reliability have circulated about Gadalrock. Has the city-state, renowned for its arcanum, and the mages trained there, managed to protect itself from the burrowers with its magic? You send a small group of emissaries there to find out. All right, here we go. Aha, at least we got a feather, proper feather. Whoa, look at this place. A magic tornado, huge turnips, Amber Tower ruins. And there's a fallen little Y, and it opens up the possibility for a feather card to the south. Very interesting. Now, this is a little unfortunate that it's hiding the fact that of these places, like putting this here, this says Amber Tower, but it's hiding this. So like if this is in this map and we want to look for Galdarach, we won't be able to find it because this will be on top of it. I don't like that. I wish they had done these feather cards a little bit different. They are pretty cool. Okay, but now we do have to read 80, so let's read 80. We're going to hear a little bit more about Gadalrock, the people who went to Gadalrock to scout it out. We looked for a passage through the Canyon of Regret, but it seems that it no longer exists, so we made a detour through the mire to the Bloody Plain, where it took all of our willpower not to stray from the path into the sharp-edged grass. These are hints for us. Once past the ruins of the Amber Tower, we reached a bend in the crossing river. Many huge turnips grow there, and they seem harmless. So far, the journey had been smooth, and we thought we would reach Gadalrock by the evening. This was without counting on a phenomena that prevented us from going further. Every time we went towards the city, the wind gained in intensity, making stones fly about at an amazing speed, as if it was trying to push us back. As you can see, we never managed to reach our goal. However, as this phenomena is obviously magical, it is likely that the mages of the city-state survived the conflict. I hope that the next team you send there will have better luck. And then we get 1 knowledge. Okay, pretty cool. So there's some group, some people there, some community that are using magic to isolate and protect themselves. Probably, and he told us about the route, like they couldn't do some route. So we're not ready for this yet. But we do get 1 book, which we don't need. I guess we don't need. I mean, we're almost ready to go into that slab. Remember, that slab needs like 20 on a bunch of these things, and we're at 20 on everything except defense. So, okay. And then don't read the epilogue. We're trying to get to the library at Waterbank. Okay, so there's our mission. Where's my bookmark? Doesn't really matter. And we're starting, we can choose to start out at Kel or at our Citadel. Surely we want to start out at our Citadel because we have our plan. So let's get out our card. There's our Citadel. We can put this away. All right, let me check in with the chat and see if we're ready to go. John says, I guess I should have known if I was making a decision involving the map, it would be the wrong one. With this game, it's like I'm in the woods with the Blair Witch. Yes, Jonathan's been having a little bit of trouble navigating in this world. The the magic is jamming Jonathan's radar. All right. Now, here we are. And we're going to take a break before we get started properly in the game. This is typical for us that we take an hour to get started. The only thing I'll remind you is what our plan is going to be. So there's our Citadel. Okay, let's do this properly. Okay, so there's our starting point. And our plan is to head up and cross our bridge rather than have to go all the way around and up like that over the crevice. And we know that you need to barter with the bridge, but we're set for that. And then we're going to try to head up around this into area we've never seen and try to find water bank. Let me remind you that this is Dadachaem's Citadel of ruins that one of our people told us we could, one of the introductions to that scenario said, hey, you could go into there where the cocoons came from and maybe you'd figure out how to do it. And we've avoided this place because we were too scared to go in there. But we are very strong. But we've been assigned a mission to go to the library, and we're kind of curious to go to the library. So off we go. We'll take our first break here, though. We'll come back and get started. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let me remind you, if you are following along with us through our playthrough of the 7th Citadel, I have posted a bunch of videos, 4 videos, about top 10, top 15 strategy tips, overlooked questions, tips for enjoying the game. And you might want to check out those videos. Even better, though, is on Board Game Geek, where I posted links to them in the 7 Citadel forum. There's an ongoing discussion on those threads with people making follow-up suggestions. That's quite useful. Okay, so let's take a look at what cards we've got in our hand. We've got our healer card. Pretty nice. A weird card. Let's take another look at this, because we keep getting this. We should know how it works. So during the result step of the following action, so we've got this generic ability. Whenever we do the healing, we can turn two arcane into 2 symbols. And then it gets blocked. But also, we can take this action to cure ourselves from being injured or ill. That's pretty amazing. Especially since we're so afraid of getting injured or ill. That's a pretty amazing Hail Mary card. And we have one other card for helping people who get injured. Okay, well, what's happening? It's getting confused here. All right, so we know where we want to go from our map. We want to go to the right and then up. All right, let's just go right here. Okay, so we've got a 1 card and a 1 card. And we're going to explore over here. Now, you could make the case, I'm just going to do it, but you could make the case that with only 2 cards in hand and possible dangerous stuff, we could just, when we do this action, it's free because our ground shiver level is 3 or higher. But we could, if we wanted to, well, it doesn't help us to draw cards here. So, but we could like walk around and keep a card. Okay, but we actually can't do anything here. What have we got here? Okay. The petals of your ground shiver close suddenly. If the base of your character's figure is in contact with the singing lane, take a 49 and discard this. Otherwise, a burrower appears. We can choose to run away, or we can fight. And they have the ambush trait. That's not great for us. So first of all, I will note, we are not, Jonathan says, you probably did note it, but just to double check, did you note the increased level of the ground shiver during the intro? I did. We're at ground shiver 7, and I did note it. Okay, so, but we're at a little bit of a problem here. So just to be clear, there is no singing lane where we are. So we're not on the singing lane. So we don't take the benefit of that. Notice that this has happened quite a bit, that the game says, look where you're actually standing. So we have to be careful of that when we walk around. Like, I should be off that crevice. Okay, so we're in the otherwise. Now we've got a burrower, this dangerous creature underground. We've got 2 choices. We can either just run away to take a 1 card. Now I believe the 1 cards are the injured. No, 1 cards are exhausted. We should know that from our list. We don't have a way to cure exhaustion, but exhaustion doesn't do anything to you right away. So that wouldn't be the worst thing. Or we could try to fight it here. We've never fought a burrower before. The burrowers have killed a lot of people, so it's going to be pretty strong. But on the other hand, it's in a level 1, so it can't be that bad. However, if our ground shiver is 5 or higher, take a 172. That probably means it's going to be tougher to fight. Sorry. If you fight, take a 173 if it's 5 or higher, or a 172 if not. Sorry, so take a 173, which is probably a tougher burrower. And then that burrower is going to have ambush. Ambush is the trait that makes it so we can't prepare during the first gear up. So we can't use any of our weapons. And we don't have much of a hand to fight with. And in fact, this doesn't help us. So we're not all that well equipped for this. Maybe we should just run away and take exhausted. I think that's what we should do. Unless we want to see what a burrower is like to fight. Unless we want to see what a burrower is like to fight. We don't have anything that lets us... So this net, this is kind of useful. The net lets us ignore evasive, so we should keep that in mind. But it doesn't let us ignore ambush. And this armor lets us ignore unsettling. But this is not unsettling. So we do need to remember that we do have some weapons that block some of these features. In fact, someone made a nice comment on one of our previous playthroughs that we had a weapon at one point which lets us avoid one of these traits, maybe ambush. Okay, but for now, we're just going to take the exhausted. Let's try it. Let's try running away. So we're going to lose 4 cards. Maybe it's useful to have some cards in the discard anyway for us to get at. And we're going to take a 1 card. The 1 card is exhaustion. So here's the thing. Exhausted doesn't do much. It is a weakness though. Sometimes we get something that says if you have a weakness, you don't get the reward. So that would suck. We can get rid of it when we rest. And if you're already exhausted and you get this again, you would lose 6 cards. All right, so we're going to put this in our little thing to remind us that we're exhausted. And then this goes away. Okay. All right, well, we got stuff to do, so better to run away until we get a little stronger. Okay, so here's 94, but I got to remember to be looking for that book icon. Okay, so here's our next card that we're on. We remember this. We're almost strong enough to go into that disc. And let me remind you, actually, that we do have a bunch of plants that we know how to eat. So let's just remind ourselves of these so you remember what to keep an eye open for. So we've got, let me put them this way. Here are the plants we know about currently. These purple plants, which we've got one here. These cone-shaped capped arante. We actually have 2 of these cards, I believe. We have 2 capped arantes, which means it's easier for us to avoid poison ones. We've got the Bella mushroom morning teas. We've got these, what's the name of this plant in our world? There's some name for that kind of plant. And then we've got these red apple plants. So the mushrooms here are the ones that give us health, but sometimes they're poisoned. Same thing with morning tea. This one lets us get rid of exhaustion. So really keep your eye open for this. We could use it to get rid of our exhaustion. The red apples, we throw away a blessing and we unblock a card. And then the Vaglancia, we can also get rid of exhaustion. So we can get rid of our exhaustion right now. Look at that. It's a good thing I remember to bring this out. Look at this. We eat these creatures, these plants. If we're exhausted, we return it and take a 153 card. So we're turning our exhaustion into a blessing. How great is that? All of these plant knowledge that we gained are paying off. So we're going to go to this berry. We're going to eat it. Which costs us nothing. And we're going to get rid of our exhaustion. Now running away looked smart. And we get, instead of being exhausted, we're in shape. That's great. Okay. So far, so good. Exhaustion goes away. All right. Now that we have all of these great plants we've learned to eat, which is very accurate. I mean, it feels realistic. As you learn how to live off the land, you get more powerful. Now that we have these plants, getting exhausted is not such a bad thing, at least in this region. All right, I guess we have to walk onto there first. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to walk onto that by drawing one card. We could draw 2 cards and keep 2 because of our special ability, but I think we're going to fill up our hand soon enough. Let's just not. Okay, there's an evasion card. All right, let's stay on the trail. Okay, then we ate that guy. We got rid of our exhaustion. Then there's a 1 here. This is going to be our bridge, so let's explore here. Let's see what we got. A young man is sitting in front of a pile of kindling that he has not managed to light. I'm going back to my people in Kel. Life in the wild is not for me. I don't know anything about mushrooms. I'm too clumsy to hunt, and the other day a shrub nearly stole my shoes. Do you have anything to eat by chance? I have something I could trade. So we could just leave him. We could steal his satchel from him. We've seen this guy before. He's pushing his luck with us. But we could give him some provisions. Unfortunately, the only provisions we have to give him are this magical carrot, which we really don't want to give up. It's needed in a side quest, and it's got some powers. Or this jam that we're really trying to get 2 of in order to see what happens. So we're not giving him any of our food. We could try to steal from him, but I don't think that's not the way we're playing this game, and we don't need a bad reputation. Our strategy of this game has been, our attitude has been that we are nice until we're double-crossed, and then we burn the village to the ground. Do we know what a 131 card is? I do not believe we do. Where's our notes? 131, we have no idea what it is. It's probably a bad reputation. It's probably a bad reputation. I'd love to give him some mushrooms, but we can't do that. I'd love to teach him about mushrooms. That seems like that would be a nicer option, but we don't. All right, so we're just going to go on our way. Okay, into the past that goes, and up comes 86. Are we finally going to get to use the bridge that we helped build? It would be nice. Okay, here's 86. Wait, this isn't our bridge. Okay, it is some red things, though. Okay, so this is over here. Where's my stickers? Give me a minute to do this. Oops, that doesn't need it. This little tip of stickers was in one of my videos, and it was the one, I think the one tip that people were like, oh, I hadn't thought of it. That seems like a good idea. I do love this idea. Okay, so our bridge is north of here. Okay, so we're still on the right trail. so we're going to walk up here. We don't need to rest. We aren't going to go into that circular slab yet. So we're going to walk up here, draw a card, keep it. It's acrobatics. All right, now what do those red flowers do again? So we could throw out our in shape card, which is a blessing. If we wanted to, we could get rid of the blessing to unblock a card. All right, useless. We are not taking advantage of super strong cards that block, but we need to start thinking about it. All right, so this is of no value to us at this point. Those red apples are very special. You don't normally need them. All right, so here is where our bridge is going to be, 141. So you guys can't hear the air conditioning, huh? It doesn't. You don't perceive it as messing. I'm going to get rid of this card. You don't perceive it as messing the audio up too much. Okay, here's our 141. The bridge palace, which now crosses the deep crevasse, is guarded by several men-at-arms. Halt! You'll have to pay the toll if you want to cross the bridge palace of His Eminence Beryl Soberpout of Allenrock, warns the oldest guard. Toll? What toll? I helped build this bridge, we say. What you don't understand? Don't you understand? If you want to pass, you'll have to pay. If you want to take the following action, you must return 2 cards with the keyword barter, or 1 if your influence is 8 or higher. Okay, so we already planned to do this. This was our plan. This is a high cost for us. Barter items are very useful. But we had already planned to give this guy a flute as our barter item because we've got a woman that can produce music. She knows how to whistle. She doesn't need a flute. We only have to give 1 because our influence is high. All right. It still hurts to give this up because barter items are useful all over. We can build a building that lets us get barter items. We might want to consider that. Okay, so we're good. We returned to barter so that we could do this. Now we're going to draw a card to walk. Put a 240 or a 86 card into play. This is basically just saying that wherever we put it, we draw the connecting one. So in our case, we're going to draw a 240. Let me just see if there's any other rules here. Discarding any exploration card that might be there, and then we go across. Okay, so we put this here. This just stays here. This represents the bridge. We draw our 240, which we have been to before. We've never crossed this bridge, but we've gone the long way to get here. All right, so there's our 240, which goes there. You'll remember there's the tortoise shell. That's pretty cool. What does this say? The carcass of a gigantic turtle has been marooned in the sand. The animal probably left the bottomless sea when the burrowers caused it to dry up. A wide crevasse stretches out further south. Okay, that's the crevasse that the bridge spans. All right, so here we are. We've now crossed over to this. Take a look here. I want to point out that I want to thank the Patreons who have joined the Patreon for this channel. The camera, the new camera that I have, the top-down camera, is a $2,000 camera. And it's really only useful for the 7 Citadel. Because it lets me zoom in on these images, these cards that are further away from the close-up camera. And so I want to thank myself for writing this plugin that lets me zoom in. I want to thank the channel for all its encouragement. And I want to thank the Patreon supporters, which has softened a little bit of the blow for some of the expenses. It'll still take us 2 years to raise $2,000 on this channel, but every bit helps, and I really do appreciate it. Okay, so we've crossed over. Now, I can't we did examine this tortoise, but we were in such a hurry, I don't think we actually spent... I'm not actually sure we did examine the tortoise. But let me bring out these cards here. And then let's discuss. I mean, we know where we want to go. We want to go further north, but let me show you something. We've actually never been... You can't go north from where we are here. But if we go west, we can then go north from here. That's one way for us to go towards Waterbank. The other option is to go this way. But we know one of these places makes us go mad, right here, from our previous mapping. I think that makes us get confused. So I think our best bet, according to our previous mapping expedition, is to go this way. The only question I have for you is, do you want to spend some time looking at this tortoise? Last time we were here, we were in a rush and scared, so we quickly got out of here. But maybe we could take our time a little bit more. Isara says, I'm curious about how he died, and can we take a look at it? I am happy to go take a look at it. As far as how he died, don't forget, it just told us how it thinks he died. It said that in our map of the world, there used to be a giant sea here. This is where we are now. This was part of the sea, and it dried up when the burrowers, maybe the burrowers like came up from underground and drained the oceans, drained the sea into the underground world. So there was a turtle that lived here, the giant turtles, and it is now dried up. So that's where he got. But let's go take a look at it. Yeah, let's take a look at it. So there's 2 items here. One is go over here, and one is that hand icon. I keep forgetting what some of these are. The hand icon is greet. So we could... Is it greeting this turtle? This is greet. Can you see? So what is it saying? We're going to go greet this turtle? I mean, he's pretty dead. Or is there something up here we can greet? Kind of weird, huh? But let's do it. Let's go here and here. Remember, we should be looking for numbers and stuff. All right, let's greet that turtle. Is 141 just getting across the bridge? Well, you're absolutely right, Jonathan. So this is go to this location, and we can see from here that 141 was what brings out this bridge. So 141 is this bridge. So it's just the turtle. We can greet him. All right, turtle. So there's our card we're revealing to do the turtle. And I want to tell you what greeting the turtle reminds me of. Greeting the dead turtle. Probably a little before your time, before my time as well. There was a pair of brothers, we'll do this as a little quiz. A pair of brothers in the 60s. They were on TV a lot. Comedians, musical comedians. 2 brothers, one has died recently. And they would perform songs and then bicker. And does anyone know who I'm talking about? First names are Tom and Dick. Jonathan, you don't know who these are? The Smothers Brothers, that's right. So I want to recommend your homework assignment for today, after this session or during the break, is go on YouTube and search for the Smothers Brothers. Really quite charming stuff. And there's some songs where Tom and Dick, I can't remember which one, he's talking about saying hello to these inanimate objects. Okay. And they would put out albums with the two of them performing. One's the straight man and one's the other one. It's okay. Dozens of creatures made of moss and lichen are working inside the imposing carapace. From the high scaffolding they have constructed, several of them tie ropes to different parts of the turtle's skeleton. Others use a quarry wheel and pulleys to lift large piles of wood of unknown purpose. The work, whatever it is, seems titanic and still far from completion. What's going on? There's creatures inside the turtle's shell who using scaffolding and ropes, but they're not humans. They're other kinds of creatures made of moss and lichen. What on earth is going on in there? Whoa, what? The creatures do not seem to have noticed your presence. You wonder if it's a good idea to bother them. Whoa, we've met some creatures. Is this the first time we've met plant creatures? I think it is. This is the first time we've met some plant creatures. And I think they're tiny. Like there's a whole world in there. Isara wants to talk to them. All right. Well, they permanently attach to this space, so we could talk to them at any point. Does everyone want to talk to them? You wonder if it's a good idea to bother them. I mean, don't we want to try to help them if we can? All right, we're going to try to talk to these people, and maybe we can offer to help. All right, here we go. 407. Don't I put this over here? Isn't that what I've decided to do? Okay, 407. Here we go. Let's hope this doesn't backfire on us. 7 Citadel is perfectly happy to have bad things happen to you, even if you're trying to do good. So let's see. Okay, let me take this out, put this here. Okay, the creatures turn towards you, their eyes wide and bulging. One of them approaches you and utters what sounds like, "Good day to you." Incredulous, you reply, "Good day. Who are you, and what are you doing?" Unsure what to do with this group, you stand ready to run away if its intentions prove hostile. The creature thinks for a long moment before formulating an answer. "We were born in a stone prison to an unloving father who delighted in mixing the best of nature with the worst of magic. But like our prison, father is no more, and we are now free. We have found this new home," it says, pointing to the sea turtle's shell. "We still have much to do before it can move, but perhaps you could help us. Some of our people have gone off in search of what is needed to complete our project. Unfortunately, few have returned. We are only able to think clearly when we are together, and our memory fails us when we are separated for too long. In these moments, our most primal instincts take over. Please excuse mine if they should bother you when you see them." The creature then returns to watch the tensioning of the ropes that control the front legs of the giant skeleton. Are they going to make this thing walk? Okay, so now, whoa. If you do not want to spend time helping the creatures, return the dialogue book. Otherwise, we can spend 15 of our energy to help them, or we can spend 5 of our energy only if we block an artisan. And now let me remind you, we don't have an artisan. We have Jalria, but she's an artist, not an artisan. And our apprentice scholar is not an artisan either, and I don't think I would give her up even if we wanted to. So we'd have to do a 15 card. That's a huge amount of energy. That's equivalent to like 5 health. But we haven't seen an artisan anywhere nearby. And this, if we ever upgrade our skills, I'd love to find a card with this ability, because we've encountered it several times now, but we don't have anything to help us with that. These creatures, by the way, I think their father they're talking about is that Dadachaem necro druid, right? They're plant creatures. He's the one that used to live in this Citadel here, and it makes sense that he built them and they run away, and now they're trying to make a new home for themselves. So, do you want to spend all of this energy to help these people? That's the question. Do we have anything that would reduce the cost of it? No, we don't. That's a lot to spend to help our new friends. Let's see. John says we do have a lot of health. We might get something good out of it. Isara says, I like the idea to help them. They may have stories passed down from generations. They might have stories about the creatures. I mean, we're going to help them. In shape might help us. Yes, yes. In shape would help us. We could reduce the cost by 4 and return this card. That would save us 4. We might as well use it, right? Okay. Let's take advantage of our situation. Clearly, we're on a mission for adventure. So what better adventure could we have than this? All right, so we're going to do this construction action. It would normally cost us 15. I think we might as well use this. These go away, so why hold on to them? So we're going to use this to decrease generically our cost by 4. So now that's 11. Especially since you can't get multiple of these, you might as well use them while you got them. Okay, so I'm returning that. I'm putting this. I just want to look and make sure there's nothing else we have that can generically reduce costs of building. No. Yes, okay. So we're doing it. We're going to help them. 11 cards. Boy, that's not cheap. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A lot of cards. But we've helped them. 416. We don't even know. They don't seem like they're harmful, do they? They seem kind of friendly. Okay. So we help them out, and here's what he says. Please accept these gifts as a token of our appreciation. They have been brought back from our explorations, but are unnecessary for our great project. +1 influence, 2 149s, a 155, and a 202. Okay, well, the 149, we know what that is. That is our... Oh, no, we don't know what that is. 149. Let me just shuffle this up. It was a barter item. It was our flute, but I put it in the front, so I'm just going to take a random one. Okay. So 149, he gives us the Yuki and I jam. That's disgusting. So if we're confused, we can eat some. If we're not confused, so if we aren't confused, we can't do that. We could eat it to gain life points, or we can combine it with another jam. Okay, so here's our second jam. That's pretty great. Let me put this aside for now. But they also give us a 155 and a 202. I'm not sure we know what those are. 155. Two 149s. Okay, thank you. Two 149s. Okay, I need to remember to shuffle these up. All right, let me move this. You don't need to see this right now. Okay, two 149s. So we got our iJam. Thank you for spotting that. Okay, and then we also got our flute back. There seems to be a lot of flutes there, but that's all right. We'll trade that away. All right, and then we also get a 155. What is a 155? There's only one of them, so it is a unique card. It's ammunition. Well, that's very nice of you creatures to give us ammunition. Unfortunately, we got rid of our bow. So, and it has no keywords, but it doesn't weigh anything. So we can just walk around with that, but you're not going to be trading it to anyone. So, okay. We got some ammunition. That's nice of them. And a 202. What is 202? Okay, so there's only one 202. What did the back of this ammunition card say? Nothing. Okay, what does 202 say? You found an elegant leather jacket with riveted plates on it. Looks like more armor. Brigandine armor. Okay, it's a weight of 2. We're dropping armor all over the place. Let's see if it's how it compares to our other armor. So 3 of anything gives us 2 defense, and it blocks on a 1 or a 2. This is arcane, goes to 5 defense. It ignores unsettling. It gives us a flag, and it gives us 1 defense. So I think and it gives us a blessing. So I don't think we want this new one. So maybe it would be rude to throw it away right in front of them, but we'll just walk it a block away and drop it. All right. Still, they did give us some good stuff. Can't complain. And +1 in influence. I mean, I wouldn't have minded a Hope Reborn, but some ammunition, that was kind of cool. Can we give them back the armor and ask them to check around if they have anything else? All right. Well, we helped them. It didn't, it wasn't groundbreaking, but it was fun. Now, we did get this jam. We did get this jam. All right. So they're still, I guess they're still there, but we can't interact with them anymore. All right. I'll just put this up here for now. Okay. So let's just take a look at this jam. We've been waiting for a while. Now we understand a little bit better the jam system, because I thought there were going to be two Jack Fig sap jams, but now I understand better what it's about. It's that we can combine these 2 jams in one. So the question is, do we want to? Let's see. So either of them can be eaten alone and give us some life or energy, but we can combine them. So if we combine them, I see. No matter what rule you follow, you get the same number. So it's 205 plus 3 is 208, or 203 plus 5 is 208. So if we combine them, we throw them both away and take a new one. Return both away. So we can combine both of these to get one good one. I mean, it seems like we're going to do it because we want to see what happens, but these are good to trade away as provisions. So having 2 provisions to trade might be more worth it to us than have one powerful thing. But surely we're going to do it just because we've been waiting so long to see what it is. Okay, so let's do it. So we're going to return both of these and get a 208. Okay, so here's our new card, and look what it says. You can get there from these cards, which is what these are. Okay, so we're combining Jack Big Sap and Sukoyan Eye jam, and instead you mix the contents of the 2 jars of jam until you obtain bitter jam. Now, if we eat this, we gain 6 life points and get a 153. So it's a blessing we get, and 6 life points, which is a lot better than 5 cards, and a lot better than 3 life points. It doesn't cure your injury, though, which this one did, and that one doesn't. But also, look at this. We can combine it with another jam. 205 plus the value of the other jam. So, but that's, what number is this? This is 208. So if we combine it with the 3, that gives us another 208, which there doesn't exist. But if we combine it with this one, we could combine it with this and get card 210. So that can be further upgraded. That jam. Oh, including this one. Oh, yeah, not in addition, including this one. Okay. I'm not sure it's actually worth it. Oh, except, wait a second. Look at that. Okay, that changes things. That changes things quite a bit, actually. Because now we've created a cure. And there are people that want that cure. Right? The sick people, that can be used to cure them. So actually, that's substantial. That changes things qualitatively. All right, so now we have bitter jam that we can use for health, but also can be used as a cure. That's pretty interesting and could be upgraded. Okay, that's kind of exciting. All right. We're slowly making our way to Waterbank, but discovering some new interesting stuff as we go. And we made friends with the moss creatures. All right, well, let's look over here now. We know what this is. I mean, we know we've been here before, but let's see what we have to deal with. The path gradually descends between 2 rocky escarpments. I don't know what an escarpment is. You walk for a long time before coming to a dead end closed off by walls 4 people high. You must take one of the following actions. If an involved character has a card with the weakness, you may not take the climb. So that was our exhausted. If we hadn't gotten rid of that exhausted, we would not be able to take the climb action. So let's see. We can either just spend 6 cards to walk around it, and we get to keep 2 of those. So just draw 6 cards, keep 2, which would let us keep 3, and, well, we've got 4 of our cards, so we could use at least 1 more, and these cards aren't that good, so it wouldn't be crazy to build up our hand a little bit. Or we can do a 3 and 3. A climb action, 3 and 3. But we would get exhausted by doing so if we fail it. I'm kind of inclined to do the 6. Because to guarantee we get 3 successes, we'd probably have to draw 4 or 5. Probably at least 4, and we don't get to keep any. So it feels to me like it would be better for us to do this action. Like, why risk it for 1 or 2 cards when this would let us keep these 2 cards? So I suggest we walk around it. Yeah, let's just walk around it. So I'm going to draw 6 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we get to keep 2 of these. That seems like 3 of them. This is a better idea. Okay, anticipation. Intuition lets us grab a card of our choice. No, look at the top 3, put them back in the same order. That's useful for seeing what we're going to face next. 2 random symbols, very useful. Fighting, probably don't need this. Use 1 extra card in any test, that's very useful. Then it gets blocked, and a lock picking action. Maybe if we were going into the Citadel, we would want that, but we don't. Okay, so I definitely want to take this improvise. This is our emergency escape from a fight. We're not going to be doing this now, so I'm going to throw that away and keep 1 of these instead. And then acrobatics, heal. I don't feel like we're going to be doing heal anytime too soon, unless we meet someone that needs healing. But injured and ill is kind of useful. I think what we'll do is maybe we'll just take intuition and try to use it soon. So I'm going to keep those cards. Those 3 cards that I was allowed to keep, throwing away some others. Okay. So that's it. We've done it and it's gone. That was a weird situation where it felt like maybe if you had a climbing skill, you could do the climbing much more efficiently, but otherwise, I think for us, that was the right thing to do. Okay, now we've got 288. This is the last card in our known environment. A stream from the bottomless sea meanders down to a deep crevasse further south. A small community has settled at the foot of a large stone arch. Wait, what's this? I guess the Citadel is 1 more to our left. Okay, so we have been here before. There's the community. We've talked to them before. I forget what they want from us. Does anyone remember what this community was all about? There's the stream. And then there's that. Okay, so let me put this here. Does anyone remember what that community was all about? I mean, this is right outside the Citadel. right outside the Citadel, right there. Well, here's where we are now. And there's the Citadel to our left. But what does this community want? I don't remember them being particularly hostile. So I don't think there's any real harm in talking to them again. So let's go ahead and do it, unless someone can tell me why we shouldn't. They do have special cards, but for a different mission. You meet the dozen or so feeble people who live here. We lived as fishermen for generations, but the bottomless sea no longer provides us with enough food, and the land is difficult to cultivate around here. We make these little kites with nets to catch the birds that live around here. Unfortunately, they get damaged quickly. Will you lend your skillful hand? So we can help them build. 2 cards, 3 successes. That's very unlikely. That's impossible for us. But if we had a spool of thread, it would be easier. We don't have a spool of thread. All right, so we could help them. Or I guess we could try to help them, but we're not going to succeed unless we have... Aha, okay, so let's think about it for a second. Look at this. It's not a forced action, so we can say, let me think about it for a second. And then we can look at our hand, and we can see what we could do here. It's a build action. We've got no one who's good at building, which is unfortunate. I'd love to find a helper that could build. But we do have intuition that lets us look at those top 3 cards to know what we're up against. Not really going to help us, though. But we do have improvise, which would allow us to use an additional card. So it would kind of be nice to do this. 49 is our glimmer, which we do like. We like those glimmers. So I think what we'll do is we're going to use intuition. Yes, we're going to use intuition. We might as well. This lets us look at the top 3 cards and put them back in the same order. Okay, so we're going to use this to look at what 3 cards we could use for this task. Okay, so unfortunately, even if we use 3 cards, we could not get 3 successes. So that's why we now know not to try to do this. And nothing else can help us with build. We don't have any ways to help us with build. Okay, so in that case, now we put these back. I forget what order they were in. I suppose I'm just going to randomize it because I don't know the order. I should have kept it. Okay, so we're going to do this action. No, we're not going to do this action. We're not going to do this action. We don't have to. We can leave it out for when we want to do it later. Okay, that's good. So that card saved us trying to help them and wasting our energy when we're not good at it. So I guess we have to bring a 3 out. We haven't done that yet. And we need to walk over here. I'm going to walk across the river here. And that's a card. I guess I should have done that first, but here's another card. We could keep it. Okay. Let's see. Jonathan says, you could draw more than 3. Yes, you're right. We could draw more than 3 and just use 3. Well, you're absolutely right. We could, yes, you're absolutely right. We can draw more than, but we can only use 2 or 3 if we use this. So you're right, we could achieve this if we want, but how many cards would we have to draw? That's the problem. We don't know. We'd have to draw 4 or 5. I guess if we got a 5 card, that's our food. That could be worth, that could pay for itself. 5 cards. Well, you got a good point there. Well, it's too bad I wasted that card then. Well, you have a good point. We haven't left. A food gives us 5 cards, so if we draw 5 cards, it's all a wash. Unfortunately, I used that card to peek. I should have kept that. I should have kept doing it then, because then we knew we had at least 2 successes. All right, so to make up for it, we are going to try to do this now. So we're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to try to profit, though. So I'm going to only keep 4 cards. Only draw 4 cards. We'll use improvise to use 3 of these 4 if we can succeed. We might very well fail, though. But failing is not a terrible thing, so... Is it worth a glimmer to see? All right, let's draw 5. We'll just break even on our cards and we'll get our glimmer and our influence. Okay, so let's see. So with 3 cards, we can get our 3 stars. So these go away. We're going to use these 3 cards. We were hoping to get a little luckier so we wouldn't have to use 3. To use 3, we are going to have to throw away our improvise, which blocks. Okay, but that lets us use 3 cards. We used 3 here. So why isn't it zooming up? A little. 7 Citadel is a real test with all these different colors. Okay, so we succeeded. So we get our influence. All right, thank you for reminding me about the being able to draw more cards. All right, so that's +1 influence. That brings us up to 23. We take a 49, which is a glimmer, which is a nice benefit. And we get a 5 card, which is going to pay for the cost of cards we just drew. And it's provision, so that's another benefit because we can trade it away if we want food to trade, which is nice. Okay, so we spent 5 cards. It actually is a little worse because I stupidly used our intuition card or whatever it was to look at cards, and then I didn't make use of it here. Okay. Done. All right, so now we're going to go over here. You could swear you heard a muffled scream, yet there seems to be no one around. You'll have to use your intellect or your ears. So we could either use intellect. We have to do one of these. Intellect, you can use 1 card to get 1 success, or we could listen and draw 3 cards to get 1 success. These are kind of silly options here. They seem equally good, except that we have people who are good at intellect and listening. So we could use either of them. Okay, if we succeed, we get some fun story. Otherwise, we're going to get to try it again. Okay, so which of these do we want to do? We've got 2 people that can help with this. We've got Jaleria, who's good at listening. She lets us use 1 more extra card, but we don't need that. If we drew 3 cards, we would surely succeed. Or we could use our apprenticed arcanist to do the thinking action, in which case we could draw just 1 card. and hope to get it efficiently in one. I'm thinking maybe that's the thing to do. Like, we could do this 3 times with her for the cost of listening. We might as well do 3 thinking options until we succeed. Surely we're going to get a star with one of those. And we get to keep those cards. So I think that's the thing to do. So we're going to use our Apprenticed Arcanist to do the thinking action. Getting a little confused by these greens. And we're going to draw 1 card at a time and wait till we get a success. And it's not going to take us 3 draws. And maybe we'll save some stuff. And either way, we get to keep it. Okay, so here's our first draw. And that's our success. So that's it. So we got it done efficiently with 1. That's good. And we don't get to keep it though, because we didn't fail. Inspiration. Okay, that's unfortunate. That's a good card. All right, we succeeded. We get a 150, which is focused. Okay, which allows us to take a card from our discard pile. That's pretty good. And our ground shiver level is 7 or higher. So we banish this and read 156. Okay. All right, let's see what 156 is. So we heard some screaming. We listened. We thought about it. We located them. And now let's see what happens. It's not over yet. A young woman is holding her shoulder. Blood drips from her fingers. Help me! A wild beast attacked me. You have just enough time to catch her as she faints. You would rather leave her to her fate. We put away the dialogue book. Otherwise, we can try to heal her. 2 or more cards, as many as we want, to get 4 successes. It's going to give us a glimmer and some more dialogue. Or if we want to discard our cure, we could do it with 1 card. Well, I'm not ready to give up our cure for this. That was a hard-fought cure. And this is just cost us a little more energy to succeed. But if we fail, it's all over. We don't get to take multiple tries at it. However, we do have a card that's good at healing. Oh, you're done. So we do have our healer card here that lets us turn 2 arcane symbols into 2 successes and then blocks or lose 2 cards. That's not bad. And we have a card that goes with it that lets us generate these 2. So we can get ourselves 2 automatic successes of the 4 that we need. So I think we're going to try to heal her for sure. We need to recycle. But before we recycle, what about if we use this? We can take from our discard pile or our action deck, add to our hand. All right, so let's consider using that. Let me pay to get our health back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. All right, so 1 we didn't recover, and 1 we've got 9 health. All right, so I'm paying the 9 health, which brings us down to 76. Okay, now my point was that we need 4 success, but okay, so we can't yes, we could, while we're doing this action, draw cards from our discard or action thing. In fact, we don't have to decide to use this yet. That's a weird thing. I hadn't really thought through this enough. This lets us get a card from our discard or draw as part of the action. So while we're resolving our action, we can do this if we need to. So the question, our only question then is how many cards we're going to draw. Okay, so there's 2. We want to get 4 successes. We know we can use this to get 2 more. We're going to... This requires a companion, so we're going to bring a companion into this operation with us. I'm going to put her there. Okay, let's see. When we were at 83, it cost... Did I say 9 health? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're right, 9. Okay, so another 3 we have to pay. Sorry about that. 73. We're down. 73. We're down to. Okay, not 76. 73. $74. Boy, okay, Jesse, take it easy here. 74 health. You're absolutely right. If you're watching this channel, you're probably like, what is going on with this guy? Okay. So how many are we going to draw to get 4 successes? We can bump ourselves up by 2 if we have to, but I'd rather not have to. So I think, but we don't want to fail this. We only really need 2 successes. Okay, let's take 5 cards. Probably with 5 cards, we can use all 5. Probably with 5 cards, we're going to be able to get 4 successes on our own in these cards and not have to use these. But if we do, it's not the end of the world. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, well, that was easy then. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've actually got 4 successes on our 5 cards. If we had only drawn 4 cards, we would have... Actually, look at this. They all face the same direction. So if we had only drawn 4 cards, we wouldn't have succeeded without using a bunch of other stuff. So actually, the 5th card was needed to save ourselves from using this. But it was expensive. All right, but we did heal her. So since we healed her, we take a 49, which is a glimmer. The glimmers are useful. We can turn them into an upgrade or fix our luck with them. So I like that. And we read 164. Okay, let's see if she's happy to see us save her. Maybe she's going to join our troop. Okay, here we go. You managed to stop the bleeding. The woman grits her teeth as you dress the wound. Creature surprised me while I was pulling myself from a wormhole. I'm looking for a family relic, and this mess might let my brother Ryapone get to it before I do. We know that name. Why do we know Ryapone? Take a 13 card to try your luck. If it's on our side, the history buff agrees to go to the Citadel at least until she's fully recovered. We get +2 book. Otherwise, we're jinxed. She goes back and we just get an influence. And then we get a new quest, an eye for an eye. No. If we already have an eye for an eye, we read 166. But we don't. That's too bad. Okay. Well, we gotta just do what it says. We've got our glimmers we can spend to give ourselves good luck, but I'm not sure we really care which luck we get. Okay, here's our 13 card. Jinx. Well, we don't want this. So we're going to use our fortune teller to pay a glimmer of hope, which I'm paying now to draw a replacement card. And we get Lady Luck, and we get our glimmer back. Nice. Okay, glimmer comes back. We got Lady Luck. So she's going to come back with us to the Citadel. I don't know why. It would be nice if we got eye for an eye back, if we got to trigger it, but we don't. So we don't get to read 166, but we do get 2 knowledge. And we are now very close to maxing out our knowledge. Is there a rule about what happens if you would max out, if you would get an increase, but you max out? All right, well, it's too bad. I wanted another side quest, but we saved her. She went back. I would have liked a gift. I would have liked a cash donation. But instead, she gave us some knowledge. I guess that's better than nothing. All right. So that was the card that was exploration here, right? Was that our exploration here? Yes, surely. So now 182 comes out. Okay, here we go. At the bottom of a plateau where plants tainted by dark magic grow, stands the figure of a ruined citadel. It is smaller than Ninadezer's, and most of the floors have collapsed. As you gaze at it, you think to yourself that your citadel did not fare too badly, all things considered. Okay, so here's the citadel. Look at all those purple flowers. We don't know what that is. We can't use it. And there's some scary looking flowers here. Now, we have been here before and we ran away. We could crawl down into the Citadel if we wanted to by going to 159. But you can see up north is into new territory towards Waterbank, which is our mission. So probably we just want to do that. So let me attach it and let's walk over to it. Okay. So I'm going to walk over for 1 card, which we get to keep to get us a star. That's a good card. And then a 5 is up here. Now, a 5 card normally, oh no, we could normally go up there. We're at 7, so that's very free for us. Okay. So I'm going to detach some of these for later. Let's see, I'll just put these off. We can come back to these. I'll consider these still on the map now. Although the rules do say if you have to make room on the table, just get rid of them. No, it says, I think it says you have to get rid of all of them, but I'm just going to put them up so that we can bring this down. Okay, so here we are. Assuming that no one wants to go down into the Citadel, we could go down on the way back when our mission is over. But now we're headed up towards Waterbank. All right, let's take our next break. We'll come back and we'll go into completely uncharted territory next. Okay, we're back. YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. We are about to go into uncharted territory here. Is there anything we want to do before we do that? Probably not. Okay, here we go. A dozen silhouettes swing from tree to tree, covered in scales. These child-sized primates accompany your progress through their territory with increasingly deafening screams. Whoa. If a piece of alembic or alembic of Valengard figure is present on your terrain card, the primates are afraid of the strange creature that accompanies you. So if we're trailing along an alembic robot, they run away. Otherwise, we've got to fight them. They're evasive and brutal. They're giant apes swinging from the trees. They do 3 wounds. Wow, if you don't hurt them. Evasive and brutal. Okay, well, it's time to... And it requires 4 to kill them. Okay, well, this is the first time we're going to get to use our stuff. So let's do this right. First of all, we have a monster manual. We take a 13. If luck is on our side, we drop down the first die by 2, and we get a 150. Okay, well, a 150 is focused. We're already focused. Now, notice this is not a red sword. We don't have to deal with these yet. We can do other things first. So we could actually... What could we do? This is not a standalone action, so we can't do that right away. We do have some good weapons, though, including our sword. So we could do the first strike and kill these people, but maybe we should read about these keywords first to make sure we understand them. So they've got evasive and brutal. Evasive is during each draw step, as we try to fight, for every 3 cards we draw, we have to lose X cards. So evasive 2. For every 3 cards we draw during a fight, we have to throw away 2 extra cards. In other words, if we can get away with drawing 2 or 5, that's a better thing to do. Brutal means, this is the first time we've seen brutal, so let's take a good hard look at this. We've never seen this before. Brutal means, during each consequence, if the action fails, you roll a die. If you roll a 1, block a selected card, block an armor or a shield. If you roll a 2, block a weapon or a secondary. Block a selected card. So if you don't select it, it doesn't trigger. Okay. But only happens if you fail. All right. Brutal and evasive. Okay. All right. Let's think through this then. What are we going to do? So we can use this to lower the die by 2 and take a 150. And we could trigger this before it to grab a card of our choice, and then trigger this, which would let us get focused back. We do have the super powerful Chthonian Scepter if we wanted to use our arcane energy. We don't have to decide this ahead of time. We could actually see if we got this first. And actually this could be used for this. That would get 2. Cody says, could we use focus to find flight? That's an interesting point. The answer is yes, we could, but flight won't help us. Flight, the special flight card that lets us run away, is very specialized, and it's only for running away from a forced fight. So the card Cody is talking about is this crazy card. But notice that flight is only for a forced fight. At least that's what that card indicates. Although it's not clear, right? I mean, like maybe that is trying to say that it could work on either symbol, but I don't think so. This seems like a forced fight. Like you can't choose to fight and then run away. So I don't think that's for us. But it does feel like what we should do is choose to fight, use focus to get any card we want, and then lower the die's value by 2 and take focus back. Then that would be a 2 fight. And then, but we don't want brutal to kill our scepter. That's a little bit scary. And then we could use the scepter, though, to reduce the cards we draw by 2. and have an easy victory over this guy. Feels like these guys shouldn't be that hard to kill. I'm almost inclined not to use our armor, so it might break, but let's see. Ignore unsettling. That's okay, that doesn't help us. This would block one of them, but if we're gonna kill this all at once, let's not risk our armor. We don't need... Aha, but look at this. Well, we can't use both of these because they're secondaries. Where's our sword? Weapons and blades. I don't really need this sword. But we could use this to ignore evasive and cards, but it might block. Feels like we might be overthinking this a bit. Well, let's do it this way. Let's not overthink these things that aren't of huge consequence. So we're going to choose to fight. So the first thing that's going to happen is we're choosing to fight. During the course of the fight action, I'm going to trigger focused, because we're going to get this back. So I'm going to return it and take a card from action or discard. In fact, I guess, all right, we got to stop. I got to slow down for a second. This is our discard. Okay. So before I do that, I have to declare what we're using. I'm not going to use the net. I don't think we're going to... Well, no, I am going to use the net to try to save us some cards. No, I'm not. Oh, max 1. Okay, I need to bring a companion so I can use sound advice. So I'm bringing my companion. Then we're going to use our scepter. We're not going to fail at this, so we're not going to worry about the brutal. I'm not going to bring the net. And I'm just thinking that we can only do this once, but we can use acrobatics to get ourselves the other 2. So no matter what we draw, we could do 4 damage here without even using this. And we might not need to use any of that. But we draw 2. I should bring her. We're going to generate 2 for this to trigger 2 successes. If I draw 2 and get lucky, I can use those 2. If I don't get lucky, I can use these to defeat it. And then we don't even need this, but it seems like we should be using this to lower it by 2. Okay. I'm going to use focus. I'm going to see if there's a card we'd like to have instead. Okay, we're going to take Enchanted Projectile. And we're going to trade it for our healing. And that's the focus card used up. Now we're going to use this monster manual to take a 13 card. We need this to work, so we may have to do glimmers if we get jinxed. We are jinxed, so we're going to have to throw away a glimmer for that. To draw another one, which we're jinxed again. I'm going to throw away another glimmer for that. Kind of painful. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay, so that cost quite a bit to get that, but okay. So now we've triggered our monster manual here. So we lower the die value by 2. So now this is only a 2. Okay. And we get a 150, so we get our focused card back. That's done. Okay, now we get to fight these guys. Now we don't care about the evasive. So we're just going to draw... Well, why don't we care about the evasive? I see. Because we're going to use Enchanted Projectile. Well, we've already declared our thing, so maybe we don't need that. So I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Because I don't want to trigger evasive. And then if I need to, I'll use other cards to make up for it. So normally we would have to draw 4. I'm using our scepter to draw 2 less. I'm drawing 2. I only have to get 2. Okay, so here's the 2 we drew. So we actually got our 2 successes. Immediately after it's real, you may discard from your card from your hand to take the class icons. That's our reflex. Okay, doesn't matter. 2 successes, that's all we need to succeed here. So we get to keep one of these cards, which we don't need. And then we knock this down, and now we've got a 4 here. Okay. All right, who knows if I've messed anything up now. Okay, so now we've got a slightly harder fight. We're only allowed to draw 2 cards. We didn't trigger evasive. We didn't need to block evasive because I only took 2 cards. And that was the point of all that. Now, we don't want to suffer a wound. We don't want to get 3 wounds and have to do this again. So now we need 2 cards to get 4 successes. We can declare these people again. Monster Manual doesn't work anymore for us. So we're going to trigger this again for... It's almost worth it to draw no cards and use this. I think that's the thing to do. Because we've already got 2 of the Arcanum. We can't get any more. So rather than waste it when we see it, I'm just going to do this right now. So I'm going to choose to use the Chthonian Scepter. This is -2. That's draw 2. So I'm going to draw 0 cards. I'm going to choose to use 0 cards, but we're going to use the arcane energy with the Carthonian scepter to do 6 damage and just kill this thing outright. And maybe it'll be a lesson to those other primates that are upstairs in the vines not to mess with us. Like, we'll overkill. We'll brutally, magically turn one of these creatures into ashes, and then the others will learn from what we've done. So we might not even lose this. Okay, so we use our Chthonian scepter. We completely destroy this ape, and we get a 151 card for that. Okay, I think that was the right thing to do. 151 is an unleashed card. Okay, which can fix exhausted. And now we have to see if we're losing this arcane energy. Anything but a 6, we return it. Okay, let's see. Okay, we actually rolled a 6. So we actually get to keep this arcane energy. Pretty rare, but okay. Sorry about that. We're still learning to use some of our new stuff, and it absolutely feels like one of the elements of 7 Citadel is you have to decide how much time you want to spend in real life optimizing an encounter to get a benefit of 1 or 2 cards. And so it's an interesting decision. Like, there's so much to optimize that if you wanted to spend another 10 minutes, you could make a more perfect move, but you don't frequently want to. Okay, and just to confirm, brutal only happens if we fail. So we don't have to worry about breaking any of our weapons. All right, well, that was, that was a battle we had to do, but we handled it pretty well. We came out of it pretty unscathed, and I think those monkeys learned not to mess with us. Okay, here we go. We're in new territory now. Pretty exciting. Rocky outcrops studded with holes stand at the edge of the swamp. Who knows if they're natural or were dug out by a man or a beast? Whoa, look at that. So to our left is 8 territory. That's pretty scary. Look at all this interesting stuff here. We've got, look at these colorful flowers. We've never seen them before. Is that like a hut? There's a building there. It's a building with a beautiful, lush garden around it. And look at all these holes. But those aren't our cliffs because the nearby trees aren't there. Okay, so let's put this out. We're in new territory now. And there's lots of places to go from here. But we know where we want to go for water bank. Water bank is up and to the right, north and east. So probably we should go that way. Let's move in here first. That's 1. All right, now, what do you want to do? I mean, should we explore? Should we look at this lush garden? I think probably we should, right? We've got some time and energy on our way. We might as well investigate. Let's take a 415. Let's see what we see here. I mean, it's not our library, though, so you could argue that we should just rush to the library. But we got a little bit of time. A caravan lies on its side, its cargo smashed to pieces. You spot numerous tracks of unusually large bare feet. The carnage was probably caused by blue giants. And it points us to the glossary of blue giants. We have not read about them. Okay, and I noticed something else we should look at. Okay, let's read blue giants, and then we're going to see something else. Look. A tribe of blue-skinned, asexual humanoids, which are generally 1.5 times the size of a human. Savage and fearsome warriors, they live in an inhospitable region northwest of the collapsing lands, formerly known as the Forgotten Wilds. Some claim that blue giants can regenerate. Others claim their blood is an extremely potent poison that kills anyone who comes into contact with it. All agree that surviving an encounter with a blue giant is worthy of a song. Now, here's the other thing I just noticed here. This should be in our check thing. Look at what this says. When your knowledge score is 15 or higher, read 272. But that's not the only one that says that. We've got a bunch of things that should trigger, because our knowledge is 10 or higher. We could read this, more about Kel. And then look, purveyors, which we haven't even read about at all, mysterious group that engaged in various dubious activities, including supplying citadels with slave gardeners during the War of the Worms. For dozens of cycles, Kel has turned a blind eye to the kidnappings and other abuses the purveyors have committed. What has happened to them since the reversal? So our knowledge is high enough to read this too. So we've got 3 things that we could read now. Blue giants, Kel, and purveyors. Well, let's start by reading the blue giant bonus knowledge that we've got, because we've learned a lot. And then we'll decide if we want to read the others now or if you want to put them aside. So here's more knowledge of the blue giants now that we're experienced. The blue giants are convinced that the other beings that inhabit the collapsing lands are their reincarnated forebears. According to their beliefs, all those who are not blue endure a life of suffering, and their moral duty is to liberate them by ending their existence so that they can be reborn in a new blue form. It's therefore very risky to come into contact with them without having first taken care to adorn yourself in this color. Okay. Well, we haven't found any way to paint ourselves blue, so that's not really something we have control over. Now, do we want to read more about Kel, or do we want to put that off? And same thing about the purveyors. I think maybe what we'll do is, maybe we should just wait until we have reason to read about the purveyors or Kel, or when we get to a lull, because we're sort of got stuff to do now. We could read that during a break if we want. Okay, so here we are, 4:15. We haven't even done this yet. Here we go, 4:15. Whoa, what's this? Only a single crate has been spared. It's got arrows in it, arrows in this fruit. You pick up a few arrows fired by the attackers or their victims before inspecting the contents of the crate. Take a 5. This looks like another way to get weapons. All right, so we've got a 5, which is another food. It's the final food. I feel like we should make a note that there's only 2 foods. Once you have, it's useful to know when there's limits of cards, because then you know when you should start spending them. Okay, a 149, or 149, I put back a 49 where 149 is. Okay, a 149, we've got more jam. Unfortunately, it's the 3 card, which we can't combine with our good jam. Like, we've got our super jam, but if you add 3 to it, it gives you the same number. Is that right? So bitter jam says we can add 2 cards with the keyword jam, including this one, 205 plus the value of the other jam. Yeah, so if we add 3 plus 205, we get 208, which is what we already have. So if you add Jack Fig to this, you just get more of the same. Unless there's a gold 208, in which case that's a whole different story. No, there's no gold 208. All right, so we have some more jam. That's good, though. Put this away. Okay, what else? 155. I believe this is going to be ammunition that we already have. So there's only one 155. So we already have the ammunition. That's a waste. But what's a 356 cards? What is a 356? I'm not sure we've ever seen that before. You have found a boiled leather jacket. Really? Another armor? We just don't use these armors. However, it's a 1 weight. I'm almost tempted. Let me see here. So we have this powerful 2 weight, which is used for fighting. It gives us a flag, it gives us a shield, and we can use arcane to make it super powerful. It's a pretty great armor. It's just its weight 2. If we dropped it in exchange for this, we could have a cheap armor. I feel like our armor is pretty good. I'm going to drop this new armor. I'm going to keep our expensive armor. We'll drop the whole thing if we need to. Armor's cheap in this world. All right, so we're just dropping this padded breastplate. It's crazy how much armor we found in this world. I guess we are playing on story mode, a little easy, so we don't care that much about health the way normal people would. And if you were playing 4 players, you'd each need armor, etc. Jonathan says, I'd keep the good armor. It makes sense that certain things you'd expect more of, because if you're 4 players, you'd need 4 of them. So it makes sense that we keep seeing more items than we need. All right, well, we still have to do this action, which I didn't do. Okay, 1 card. I didn't even see that that was an action, but it makes sense. All right. And then it says banish this. Okay. Oh, that's banished. We're never seeing that again. All right, now we could look again, but 415 has a diamond, so probably there is nothing more to see. Yes, okay, nothing more to see. All right, well, let's put out these cards here. 7 and an 8. There's our 7. And there's our 8. Now, the 7 says if your ground shiver is 7 or higher, it's freer. And the 8 says if it's 7 or higher, it's freer. Okay, so we could go to both of these areas. We know we want to head this way. The only reason we might consider doing this is just to build a bigger map on our way out, but that seems risky. And I think the blue giants are this way. Jonathan says, keep the good armor. Yes, okay, so that's what he did. So let's head up this way towards Waterbank. All right, this could be dangerous territory, though. 3 massive silhouettes loom on the horizon. It's blue giants. If what is said about them is true, you have almost no chance of surviving. Each character on the active player's terrain that doesn't have a card with the keyword friendly must get involved. We don't have any friendly, do we? This woman's not friendly? Really? So we need to get involved. Okay, so we need to run away. We have to draw 4 or more cards, and we have to get X successes, where X is equal to the highest total weight carried. So we're at 10. 2, 3, 5, 7, 10. We've got 10. We could drop some stuff. We need 10 successes. And then we move along. Huh. If we fail it, however, we get exhausted and wounded. I really wonder if is it better to just take an exhausted and wounded on purpose? No, we have to draw 4 cards anyway. But we need 10 successes unless we drop something. That's a lot of successes, but 10 cards would give us 10 successes. But what else can we do? I mean, we do have some... Oh, we're not very good at running. However, we do have... we do have the ability, because we're focused, to go get a card that helps us run. So let's see if we can get a card that will help us run away. Okay. So here's a running away card. Well, you can't take it if anything is cumbersome. We'd have to drop. But that's its action. That's not a modifier. That doesn't help us. Look at the top three. Put them back in any order. Rest. Fight. Here we go. Okay, so if we took this card, it would give us 2 shrouds. 2 shrouds does not help us. So that's it. We could get more symbols, draw less cards, but we don't want to do that. So focus doesn't help us. This is an interesting Jonathan says we're not limited to how many cards to use for those successes. We could do it. Oh yeah, we absolutely could do it, but that's the interesting thing. So we could choose to draw 4 cards knowing we would fail. So we draw 4 cards. I'm just trying to look at this. So no, sorry. Okay, let's think about it. This is a -4 and 2 successes. So one option we could do is draw 0 cards, fail it, and take an exhausted and an injured. Planning to heal up our injured when we get a card, planning to heal ourselves of injured. That would be 10 less cards. I'm sorry, that would be 0 cards to get these things. Or we could draw enough cards to succeed, to avoid injury and exhaustion. But to do that, to get 10 successes, with no cards to help us, we could use this one to knock that down to 9. We could drop our armor if we needed to get down to 7. And then we'd probably draw maybe 9 cards. So the question is, if we draw 9 cards, we could probably get this. The more cards you draw, the more the odds even out. So if we drew 9 cards, we could probably get this. And if we had to, we could drop a sword or something. But so would we rather spend 9 cards to succeed or take an exhausted and an injured? That's the question. Is it worth 9 cards to avoid an I'm going to take a look at what the 2 is, since we're supposed to know what that is. I believe it's an injured. Oh no, 2 is confused. We should know that. Okay. So we can get rid of confusion, and getting rid of exhaustion isn't so hard either. So I'm not sure whether it's worth spending these 9 cards to do this. I mean, we don't like being injured. Okay, well, look, we could use our focus to get rid of the confusion, and we could use our unleashed to get rid of the exhausted. I think that's what we should do. Now I think it's more clear. Since these cure those 2 cards, what I think we should do now is... Oh, no, not if we use focus to get this card. I was going to use focus to get the card that lets us draw 4 less. I think we should do it. I think we should try, just for the fun of it, to be clever and purposely lose. So I'm going to use focus to go get this runaway card. So focus goes away because we can get this back. It has to get rid of a card. I'm going to use it to get rid of acrobatics. Okay. And now we're going to use evasion to draw 0 cards and fail this. They're on your heels and seem tireless. So we're going to draw 0 cards. We're going to take a 1 and a 2 as punishment. So we've become exhausted and confused. And then this goes away. It tells us we go on a terrain card, but I think presumably we're replacing this with a card. So presumably we can run onto that card. Wow, it's only a gold card here. Okay, we'll deal with this. We'll read this out in a second, but apparently we're forced to run away and we're running over onto this card. All right, now, wow, we've reached a dead end. This is not what we expected. All right, we're gonna have to deal with that in a second. This goes away. Now, we are confused and exhausted. We're going to throw away our unleashed card to get rid of the exhausted card. So I'm going to return those 2. We're still confused though. But we can do a think action to get rid of it. And I think we're in a good place to do that. So let's just put this out. We'll deal with that in a second. But now we've got a bigger problem on our hand because our plan was to head up this way to Waterbank. That was Jonathan's plan, to go on the bridge. So let's take a closer look at this card. Those blue giants are dangerous. So I see lots of blue, and I see another disc. It's another underground disc we could go into. But the problem for us is we were supposed to trek over to the Great Library. And we were going to do that by going around. Let's see. We were going to do that by... Let's take a look at our map, see what our plan was. So we're trying to get to water. We're trying to get to water bank. And we started here and we went up and now we've caught ourselves somewhere here, unpassable to the north. I don't think there's any way for us to go around this. But there might be. There might still be. But we would have to go west. Sorry, we're here. We could go west. So we'd be trying to go here hoping we can go around. But look, this goes this way. I don't know how far up we'd have to go around. Or are we better off making a run for it and trying to go all the way back up through that way? Jonathan said we might have to walk through the lake bed. Let me see here. Looks like we might have to walk through the lake bed. I think you can climb down into the lake, the one before the confusion monster, if you look at the map. Okay, let's see if we can figure out what Jonathan is trying to say, although Jonathan does not have the best history for map. Okay, Jonathan says, instead of going this way, which is what we've done, so we've gone like this, hoping to go up this way and around. Jonathan says, that looks like that's not working, but look at what Jonathan says. Jonathan says, what about this way? Right, Jonathan? That's what you're saying, yes? Before we hit the confusion, we could go north through the lake bed. Does that make sense on our map? Yes, it does. Straight through. Okay, so Jonathan is saying don't back up all the way this way, but back up here and go up this way rather than all the way around the crevasse. We're still across from the bridge. Okay, so it looks like this is blue giant territory, too dangerous for us. In fact, I don't even want to be on the sand where the worms can come out and get at me. So the only question I have is, we should probably, there should be something here too, right? So probably we should look at this disc, see if we're ready. We could also travel underground, don't forget, possibly. We don't know what's underground. And then if we wanted to, we could try to explore here, but this is very dangerous land. That feels like very risky for us. Lots of blue giants around here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this because I want us to see what this disc says, and then we're going to back up. So I think you're right. It was a reasonable thing, but now that I see that that dried up riverbed, you're right. That does seem like the easiest way to get to water bank. Okay, let's take a look at this 71 first. And we also should have read this, right? There is nothing but a vast expanse of desert in this direction, dominated to the east by a high mountain range, at the foot of which a strange stone slab looms above the sand. That's the disc. All right, let's see what this disc is all about. This slab will probably give you access to an underground area. Unfortunately, you have no idea how to open it. Perhaps it can only be operated from below, or you have to wait to find out what secrets it holds. If your book score is 7 or higher, it certainly is, read 18. Then, if you would rather resume your journey, return this. Otherwise, pay 10 for each feather where a strange slab can be seen. Well, we've got only one other feather card where there's a slab, I think. So that would only be 10. Oh, and then look at this crazy thing. Well, our ground shiver is 7, so we are in the cheaper range. Oh, and minus 10 for each slab, so it would be 20. And then we could go down below. That's still huge. I don't think we want to do that. Especially not that we have stuff to do, but we are allowed to read 18. Maybe we're going to learn a little bit more about these slabs. It's rumored that collapsing lands contain an underground world, which some call the Foundations. Burrowers stumbled across it during the War of the Worms, and the place is said to be infested with terrible monsters that guard fantastic treasures. But so does any decent rumor. Okay, very exciting, but too dangerous for us at this point. However, the game is telling us, because of ground shivers, that we might be strong enough to do it. But we don't want to. And look at this other thing. This is something to consider, right? That it's 10 less for each feather with a slab. So if we build out the map here, it will be even cheaper for us. We could get to the point where this is free. That's another reason for feather cards. Okay, but we don't. So we're going to resume our journey. So we're going to return this. All right. Now we know how to make the slabs cheaper. All right, now we're getting out of here. Before we get out of here, do we want to try to get rid of our confused? Let's see, where's our smart thinker? Here's our thinker. She would allow us to keep a second card. So we draw 2 cards. We need 2 successes and we get rid of it. Surely we want to do this, right? Okay, so we can draw as many cards as we want. We can only use 1 + 1, 2 cards. So maybe we draw 3 cards. I think we should be able to get 2 successes. If we don't, we just try again. Okay, so we're using her. And in fact, we could use her to get us a success too. In fact, it's not a terrible idea to just use it and not draw. Well, let's try to get 2 successes, then we won't have to use it. But if we have to, we have to. Okay, so we didn't get 2 successes with 2 cards. We've got 1 success, but no. We've got these symbols, but not her symbol. Okay, so we could either fail this here, but I think the thing for us to do is just use sound advice to trigger 2 of her flags, which gives us a second success. So we're going to throw away these cards. And she's helping us succeed at this, which lets us return it. All right, not too bad. I think it was a right decision to run away from those blue giants. It still came out ahead for us, I think. Especially given that we're going to have to start discarding cards anyway. Oh, did sound advice block? Thank you. Yes, you're right. Sound advice blocks. It's probably a good idea to have cards that are blocked anyway, because we occasionally get something that lets us unblock a card. In fact, yeah, we've got the apples we can eat that unblock. So I'm not sure what the name of that phenomena is, to have things that can be used. But okay, we're getting out of here. So we're walking here for 1. We get to keep this card. Then we're walking here for 1. We get to keep this card. And we're walking here for 1. It's a rest card. We want to use this I'm going to throw away the lock picking. Boy, we were so excited about our lock picking. No, I'm going to throw away our vigilance, which is just shields. Kind of stupid. Okay, then I think we might as well rest now. Rest could have gotten rid of exhaustion too, but we might as well because we have too many cards in our hand anyway. Okay, so this just takes 3 cards from our discard, puts them back into our deck, and then this gets discarded. So just a little bit of health. Those rest cards are useful to get rid of exhaustion. That's another reason why they're useful. But we might as well use it since we are going to have to start discarding cards anyway. Okay, well, we're continuing our mission. We go right for 1 card. We keep it. That's a good card. And now we've backtracked our way all the way here. And then soon we're going to be able to go up. In fact, it's right here that we're going to go up. All right. A little inefficient, but we discovered a new area. This is free for us. We have not found any good stuff in exploring this game. About 100 paces away, an individual waves to you. If you'd rather go on your way, discard it. Otherwise, we can talk to him. And we've got a ground shiver level of 7 or higher new card. Okay, so clearly we're talking to him. It's a mandatory talk. None of our companions are good at talking, and none of our cards are good at talking. That would lead us to not spend a card. So we have to spend a card, and we're talking 519. Okay, 519. Let's see what this woman says. We've never had a level 7 discussion, so let's see if it feels any different. 519. Okay, it looks like a whole ordeal. My ground shiver has stopped working. Without it, I'll never reach my destination safely, exclaims the panicked pilgrim. During the result step, we can turn Arcane into keeping 1 extra card. Okay, well, this should be pretty easy for us, I would think. Let's see what the benefits and rewards are. So it's a 0 and a 3, or a 0 and a 3, and we have our woman who's good at magic. If we succeed, we fix it. So our arcanist woman can fix that for him. If we fix it, we get a 49 and a 50. Well, our 50s, why do I keep thinking 50 is Hope Reborn? No, it's 99 is Hope Reborn. Okay, a 50 is an item, and a 49 is a glimmer. Both useful for us, not amazing. But if we fail, then we have a choice. We can give him a weapon to get a little influence, which we don't care about anymore, and a glimmer, or we can just go on our way. So this is very low consequence for us. But we like to help people, so we're going to try to help. Okay, so this woman, who's the MVP of all of 7 Citadel, she's good at magic. So she lets us keep an extra card. So that would be 1 card to get 3 successes. But if we can generate these, we would keep even more. And I believe we can generate those. So we have experience, which can generate 2 arcane right away. So that would let us keep, with her combined, 3 cards. And we only need 3 successes. 3 cards for 3 successes. Or it is forced action, so we can't do this to check things out. We could generate a bonus success right now. Or we could draw more cards. So I think the thing to do is, and then if we generate enough random, we can do that. Okay, so I think what we're good, although losing this is not so bad, but I would like that item. So I think what we'll do is, we'll draw 4 cards. And we're going to be able to keep a bunch of enough to succeed this. Okay, so here's our 4 cards. So we need 3 successes. So there's our 3 successes, but we need to be able to keep 3 cards if we want that. She lets us keep 1 extra, that's 1 card. And 2 arcane symbols would let us keep 2 more, but unfortunately only drew 1 arcane symbol. So we're going to have to use experience to give ourselves 2 symbols. With these 2 symbols, we can keep 2 extra cards. So this is going to generate 2 arcane. This is going to give us 2 extra cards to keep. So now we can keep 1, 2, 3 cards instead of 0. And that lets us succeed. But experience now gets blocked. It's a little unfortunate. Maybe I should have drawn another card, chosen to draw more than 4 cards in hopes to getting arcane symbols on our own. I probably should have thought a little bit more about that rather than block experience, but okay. So we did succeed. Take a 49 and a 50. I don't know if that was worth it just for that, but there's our glimmer of hope. Maybe if we get a good 50, it'll be worth it. And I blocked that experience card. So, okay, so let's see what we got for 50. A diffraction spell. Okay, that sounds interesting. The old grimoire contains a spell that tricks others into seeing your silhouette a few inches away from where it really is. So we can change arcane to draw an extra cards. And on our own, we can choose to do a magic spell. Oh, I see, during the result. Following action. Okay. So this lets us keep a card, take a 53, which immediately may be given to a character on your terrain. What on earth is that? 53, that's one of our blessings. What is a 53? No, we've never seen that. Okay. Well, this was worth succeeding then, because this is a pretty cool thing that goes into our library forever. I like it. So this seems like it might be a way to do an escape. I like that we can do this whenever. Diffraction spell. Okay, so that was worth it. Once again, helping people has proved to be our magic power. All right. So we help that person fix their ground shiver. We basically save someone's life. So I feel pretty good about that. And now we get a 326 out. Which is right here. I'm going to put these away. Sight unseen. Okay, so we've been here before. The bottomless sea is now a little more than a few puddles of water. Okay. All right, let's walk over there. That's 1 card. We can keep it. Healer. Okay, good. We've got our healing. Now, we're in new territory again if we go north. We've never been here. We absolutely have been here, though. In fact, this is, you start to get confused. So, Oops. Here we are. Now, Jonathan, before we head north, have we looked at this? I don't think we have. And what about this? Have we looked at these things? Do you remember what these are? We're carrying a lot of stuff. We got a whole bunch of food, whole bunch of glimmers, some spells, cures. I'm tempted to go cure those people while we got this cure. Jonathan says, let's look at these to be safe. All right, let's start with the one closest to us, 215. So it's a 0-0. We don't have to do anything. We just do a 215. Shells on the rock. They look edible, but you have to pry them off first, and the rocks they're on seem slippery. If you'd rather go on your way, you throw it out. Otherwise, you can gain health or break your foot. Well, we don't have a card that's good at balance, so I don't think we're doing this. Sometimes we have weapons and stuff that lets us do that. It wouldn't be particularly hard to do. But what? We draw 3 or 4 cards to recover 6, and we're already at max hand size? No point. Let's just move along. We don't have time for this nonsense. Okay, and now we could do it again, but there's no more 215. Okay, now let's look at this one, 378. That's a weird... it's a weird card to just be sitting there. That seems like it's more of an exploration card, like a random card, but it's not. It's specifically about that. Okay, here's our 378, looking at that. You're standing over a hole about 4 paces wide, filled with seawater. You can make out something at the bottom, but you have a hard time determining what it is and how deep it might be. This is new. Whoa, look at this. If you want to reach the bottom of the flooded cavity, it would be best to rest for a while and clear your mind. Whoa, look at that. You must be focused. And have no weakness. Wow, that's so cool. Look at this weird card. You have to be focused. There's no way to purposely focus yourself. We have to find some berries or stuff to get focused. So we can't do this. We can't do this. But if we could, it's hard to do. We would need our maritime card. That would be enough to probably just... But you could keep trying to do this. And you could eventually get it down to 0. And then you go here. And look at this. If you succeed, you get a 201 card. You could probably make this succeed, right? And then if you fail it, though, if you don't get it all in one shot, you get exhausted and you lose your chance. So this is pretty fun, but we're not able to do it now. We have to be focused. So let's remember, we could find a pretty cool thing in here. We could find a pretty cool item, treasure, down at the bottom of this water. Let's hope it's waterproof. But we can't do it now. Fun. All right. So let's look over here. This is new territory we're in. And then there's also a 3 here, which I'm going to put, although we know what this is, so we don't want to go there. Okay, let's see what we got here. The ground suddenly collapses around you, threatening to engulf you. During the following action, the active player, if you do not obtain any cloak class icons, ignore 3 obtained successes. So we need to get a cloak. If we succeed, we throw ourselves to the side, avoiding a nasty fall. if you have a card with fragile, it might break. I'm sure we have some fragile stuff. Let's see. Not our armor, not our sack of grain, not our net. Maybe we don't. I mean, we've got a ton of little things. Yes, we'd break some of our jam. Whoa, we'd get confused and injured. This is deadly. But look, we can draw as many cards as we want. Okay, so we need to make sure we succeed at this. The cure gem is fragile too. Okay, thankfully we could get rid of our other jam, which isn't fragile. But that's scary. I'd rather not fail at this. But we're not locked in. We can draw whatever we want. However, if we don't get a cloak icon, we need to make sure we get a cloak icon. But we have a bunch of those cloak icons, but how many is the question? We can't avoid this. Okay. We do have cards. Ah, here we go. No. We should have done this to do some thinking, but we didn't know. All right, so no, we've got ways to generate arcane and flags, but that doesn't help us. We don't have a way to generate cloaks. What about this? We'd have to use it now, though. So if we wanted to declare this right now, we would guarantee that we wouldn't lose this. It's not a terrible use of this. We're walking around with this forever. It's not a terrible idea. It's kind of wasteful because there's a good chance we'll do it on our own. And this is very powerful. It's just we have cloaks and we have wild cards. I'm gonna change my mind. I may live to regret this, but instead, because we still need the 3. So I think if we draw enough cards here, we're going to do both. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think if we draw 6 cards, we'll definitely get our 3 successes, and surely we're going to get a wild card or a cloak. I think so. There's a name in marketing for, I think it's anchoring, but maybe there's another term. It's sort of like you think 6 cards will do it. Then you think, well, if we're going to draw 6, we might as well draw 7. And then if you got 7, we might as well. So we really don't want 2 and 3 into drop. I think 6 should do it. In fact, if we draw 6, we are going to get 6 successes. So even if somehow we didn't draw a cloak, we should be able to subtract the 3 and be okay. I think we're going to be okay. Here we go. So right now, there's our 3 successes. No cloaks, though, so that could be like 0 successes. But look, there's our cloaks. And there's another 2 successes. And another 3, 4, and another cloak. Okay, so maybe we went a little overboard, but that was a nice safe, that was a nice smart draw, other than maybe going overkill a little bit. But that's why it helps to have a hand that's we know there are lots of cloaks in our deck. Okay, so we succeeded. We way overkilled. Now we're going to try to avoid breaking something. I feel like 6 was the smart draw. Okay, let's see. And now we may have to make a decision here about if we get jinxed. Okay, not only didn't we get jinxed, but we get a 49 card. Okay, so that worked out well for us, that whole thing. A little scary, like most of the encounters in 7th Continent. So we actually came out of that ahead with a glimmer. All right, then that goes away. And we can make our new card come out, 189. Okay, we've new territory, never been here. You sink into the muddy ground, making a sucking sound with every step. A salty scent floats in the air, mixed with another, much less pleasant smell. Whoa, look at this. It's all muddy marsh, and it looks creepy. But Jonathan was right. We can still head up north. So we're going to be able to cross this, but it may be treachery. Looks like maybe a wagon tried to roll through here. Maybe this was the wagon that we met, which is a good sign. But we must look at this. We must go over here immediately. Okay, so we put this out. In fact, let me sticker it in. We're going to do this, and then we're going to take our break here. Okay. So we haven't walked on there yet, but we are going to walk on there. Now, why don't we take a break first? Because I think there's stuff for us to do here before we actually move on to there. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. Wow, we've been playing for 4 hours. I'll say what I've said before. Nothing makes time go faster, at least for me, than 7 Citadel. Time streams by. We may have to consider breaking this into 2 sessions if we're already at 4 hours, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're 4 hours in. We were talking about whether we should be planning to split this scenario into 2 sessions and when to play. I did check the analytics for the channel, and there are now 2,999 subscribers. So if one more person subscribes while watching this, that would be 3,000 subscribers. Quite a, what's the word? The subscribers are going to start dropping. Milestone. But there are only 4 viewers watching this currently, so you might be already the subscribers. All right, so we've discovered a new area here. The moment we walk into it, we're going to have to walk over to these flowers. These might be the flowers of confusion that we saw over here. And I was thinking, hey, before we walk over there, let's think about this, using this card, because we're already at our max hand size. I think we should use intuition. This just lets us look at the top 3 cards here and plan for them. Okay, well, there's only 2 left, so I'm going to, before we do that, refresh our hand again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8 cards. Throw this one out. 8 health points to refresh us. 8 minus 74 is 66. Okay, we're down to 66 health. And we're using intuition to plan for the next test so that we know what we're up against. And so we get to look at 3 cards, look at them, but not change their order. So I'm just going to do it like this. So here they are without changing their order. Well, this is good to know because these are not great for success. If we were able to draw 3 cards, we could get 2 successes out of this. Okay, but we're just going to do what we normally do here. Keep these face up. You have to take 2 cards to get 1 success, 3 cards to get 2 successes. Okay, so we keep these face up here so that we can know on our next test how many cards to draw and be a little more efficient. But actually, that was stupid. Because, boy, was that stupid. Okay, this is why it's so stupid. Because now we have to walk over there. And that's where my cards are going to come from. All right, well, that's me being stupid. We're walking over here. We have to draw 2 cards for that. And we can keep both of these cards. Okay, well, I'm going to keep this one. I'm going to throw this one away. Now we must immediately do this after that very, not only was that a stupid thing to do, but I had the whole 8 minutes to think about it during the break. All right, well, it is what it is. Now we must do this 0, 0, 0 or more. If we wanted to, we could get rid of this card, but why would we? It's a guaranteed success. Okay, so 358. I apologize for that. This is why you need it. You need another person standing right by you to stop you from making such bad mistakes. 358. The pink coral gives off an unpleasant odor that triggers a blistering headache. This is going to be our confusion stuff. Yes, it's the same exact thing. But I see. Okay. So I always get thrown by this card that's got all these different arrows. It says, when you try to walk, if you are confused, -5, otherwise take a 2. So basically, if you're confused and you try to leave here, you lose 5 cards, otherwise you get confused. I feel like this is one of these cards, there's a lot of them in this area. This is one of these things that maybe we might have something that immunizes us against these things. Okay, so, but here's the point. Each of these arrows points to a different thing. So we did this exploration, so it doesn't go here, it goes here. Because that's what lines this up with this. So it's just going to make us confused now the moment we leave this area. I'm going to throw these away. We're not intending to come out here anytime soon. Okay, we have ways to get rid of confusion if we need to. Not immediately right now, but with some effort we could. Okay, so now we've got the 6 area here. Our ground shiver level is 7 or higher, so this is free for us. Unfortunately, well, okay, let's bring it out. If we don't have weapon or armor, discard this. Well, we do have a weapon or armor. Otherwise, we have to do this building. And if we fail, we need to get one of these cards that lets us build. It kind of hurts us every time. Okay, well, do we care about this? Block a card with the keyword weapon or armor. Because we can make this succeed. If we use determination, that would be 1 success. Then we draw 2 or 3 cards, we would get the other success. So we absolutely can succeed. I guess for 3 cards, it would be better not to block that. Then we have to carry around with weight that's doing nothing. All right, so, but is it worth using determination? Probably is, because we're... I'll tell you what. Rather than using determination right away, we are at our hand size. We are going to have to start discarding stuff. I'm going to throw away Astute to take 5 cards and look it up, reveal the top 5, add 1 to your hand. So I'm probably going to take inspiration, but let's look at the other 4. A fight, a symbol, draw an additional card and reveal it, and this. Okay, shuffle the rest in. Okay, so we used Astute to get us a way to get cards from the discard pile into our hand. I'm trying to get us prepared for some flexibility. And that was a modifier, yes. Okay. Oops. Okay, so we were allowed to do that. Now, if we have to discard our armor, it's not the worst thing in the world. And we could... I think we want to do that. All right, so the question is, do we want to get a success on this or block our armor? I don't really want to block the armor if we can help it. All right, so I'm going to use determination. I guess I should have declared... No, I can declare it right now. Okay, I'm going to use determination, and I'm going to take 3 cards, and we're going to get 1 success out of 1 card, 1 standalone star, which will succeed. Okay, so we get our 1 standalone star. Combined with this gives us 2 stars. All right, so that's it. That's fine. That goes away. I don't know if that was worth using determination, but we can go back and get determination. In fact, we might want to go do that right now. But maybe we'll wait a bit so we know what we want. Okay, that was there. Now we get 209 out. Okay, I don't think that was terribly inefficient. Okay, here's 209. Your eyes widen with amazement. A huge starfish with a diameter close to that of your citadel lies in the mud. Oh my God. Can you imagine how big this starfish is? Where is it? Whoa, look at that. We only see a bit of it. Look at all those starfish. Tiny little starfish all scattering this whole area. All right, well, we can continue north up to Waterbank, or we could go look at that starfish. I mean, our character Arthur is all about having adventures, so I don't see a world in which we don't check out this giant starfish. Unfortunately, we're going to get confused when we walk in here, but there's no way around it. Okay, so he's walking up here for one. We get to keep this card. It's a run card. I'm trying to remember if we have any cumbersome. We actually don't. I don't think we have any cumbersome, so we could do this run action. We should have tried to find this when we were up here. But okay, here we are. Let's stay on the trail, not in the weeds. All right, we're going to look at that starfish because how could we not? You have to spend a card to do so, to examine it. There's no numbers that I see. It would be good if we did spot one, though. Anything to look at here? I mean, I see a bunch of little starfish. This could be dangerous for us. John says, can't we just use our companion to think our way out of the confusion? Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. We have to get our confusion. You're confused. Yes, let's think our way out of confusion. Okay, so we got confusion as we walked onto this. Good call, Jonathan. Okay, let's get ourselves out of confusion. So our apprentice helps us. She lets us keep an additional card. If we fail it, no big deal. We can keep one card. We need 2 successes. So let's draw. Let's draw 3 cards. We just need 2 successes on these 3 cards. Okay, so there's our 2 successes. She lets us keep an additional one, so we can keep 2 cards. We got our successes. Those go away, and this gets removed. She is just outstanding. She is so overpowered. I feel like that's the #1 tip to playing 7th Citadel, if you're willing to take a spoiler, is just get the Arcanist no matter what. Of course, maybe one of the other buildings, like maybe getting an animal, is just as good. Okay, so now, good work, Jonathan. Now we can look at that starfish without being confused. Although being confused isn't the worst thing in the world. All right, let's see what this starfish is. Although it looks dead, the starfish, whose skin looks very tough, radiates a gentle warmth. Whoa. You may not take defiant action unless your knowledge score is 7 or higher, which it is. We've got a symbol we've never seen before. 0, if we have a blade. We're going to cut this thing, but it's... no matter what, it's a guaranteed success. All right, don't read this. What is this? This is blade. This must be a cut action. We've never seen that before, though. Let me just see what it is. Saw or cut action. Okay, well, what about our sword? Our sword is a blade. So, we don't have to pay anything. 0 if it's a blade. Oh, but look, it's eroded. Okay. Let's see. It's a permanent event. It attaches, so we don't have to do it right now. It is eroded, so we need to look up our errata. Using these stickers for errata is one of my tips, my DIY upgrade tips. Okay, so what card is this? A0956. Okay, it's a non-critical errata. It says each individual character returns one card with the keyword weakness. If at least one involved character does, take 2 49s. Okay, so let's see. A purple substance flows from the incision, so we cut it. It seems to have many healing properties while it is in a liquid state, but solidifies quickly once in contact with the air. So we get to keep one card, but we didn't draw any cards, so that's not relevant. One involved character returns one card with the keyword weakness. So if we hadn't cured our confusion, we could have cured it with this. And we would have taken a 49 card. So instead we wasted cards by curing ourselves. So Jonathan, my thanks to you for remembering to cure us with the woman was premature. If we had cured ourselves with the starfish, it would have been better. And the errata just says all involved characters. All right, so this has no purpose, but it stays out. It stays out. So if we get confused again, we can go cut a little bit of starfish liquid, blood, and get ourselves unweakened. All right, so that was that. Now we go proceed upward. Okay, guess I'll leave this attached. Move it down. Move it down more. Okay. All right, so here we go. We're continuing up. Let's see what we've got here. A man is crouched behind his cart. I'm on my way back from the city after delivering wood. I have to be back before dark or my kids will be worried. But the damn wheel will break if I don't do something. Could you give me a hand? I can compensate you or drop you off on the way near the shell if you prefer. So we could just discard this, or we could help him. If we help him, we get to read something, and he offers to drop us off. All characters must do this together. That's the red stairs. We can try to get 4 successes with 2 cards. That's not possible without help. And we don't have a good card for that, but we could grab one. Or we can do the strength test. Now we do have an item for strength. We have an iron bar. What could we do with our iron bar? Our iron bar would let us draw less. It's not really useful for us. We need 7 successes. That's not very good. We are not well suited for a strength test. Let's keep this. We might want to use this. It does let us keep an extra card. We don't really need to keep an extra card. If we have to draw 6 cards, we're going to get 7 successes. And maybe we'll get 1 or 2 from this. But it's just a lot of cards to draw. But that's reasonable. However, we do have inspiration. We could take cards from here. Let's see if there's any for strength here. So that would be a guaranteed success, but we don't really need successes. We need the ability to take less cards. We don't have anything to let us take less cards. So, I guess this would let us take less cards. We'd have to combine this. I think we just gonna do this. I'll use the iron bar because why not? and maybe we'll get some extra successes. But really, to get 6, 7 successes, we got to draw 6 cards. We should be able to get 6 successes. And some wild cards. I think 6 should do it. But I don't want to mess up 6. So I'm going to take 7. 7 will surely do it for us. It's just a waste. It's probably going to be way overkill. We really need to draw. I don't think we need 7. I think 6 should do it. Let me see. Am I pushing my luck here? Let's try it. Let's try 6. If we fail, I've learned a hard lesson. Okay, so we need 7 successes. We can use up to 7 cards because the iron bar lets us use an extra one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've only got 5 successes. Wow, it looks like we failed. We just barely failed because we can use 2 fists to get a success. That's 6 successes, but we still need 1 more. Wow. Did I really foul this up for us? I thought we would get enough symbols to carry this through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, I really thought we would get an average of more successes here. Only 1 question mark. Wow, that's what killed us. If we had gotten another question mark, we could turn this up. Wow, it looks like I failed this for us. That's a big waste of cards. Is there really nothing? We can't use any of these. What's this doing here? This is not supposed to be ours. Wow, that's a shame. Everything else would have had to be declared. So what was stupid is I should have... Wow, okay, well, I don't see anything to do here to fix this. I lost us a lot of cards by being overly careful. I don't see anything else to do. That's a shame. This guy would give us an extra arcane for this, but that doesn't help us. Wow. 6 cards, 5 successes. That's what threw me. I thought for 6 we would get at least 6 successes. All right, well, that's that. So these are all wasted, but we get to keep one and the wheel just squeaked. So we get to keep one of these. They're all pretty useless to us. In fact, we don't really want these cards. I guess I'll take Watchful instead of Lockpicking. It's a little more flexible. All these cards get discarded. Iron Bar doesn't get damaged, though. Okay, and we got to try again. We could have just left on our way, but I've already committed us. So we're going to do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we're going to draw 7. Wow, okay. Well, the wagon was stuck harder than I thought. All right, here we go. We're doing it again. We're using our Iron Bar again. Is there anyone we want to bring with us? Am I overlooking anything? It isn't a forced action. So that's the thing I should have thought about. This isn't a forced action, so we can use inspiration to take 2 cards and add them to our hand. Is there anything that generates wild cards or generates... I don't want to discard. I want that, but I don't want to use it up. There, that would have been it. To generate a card. So I think, let's take that. Let's use inspiration. We'll take that and we'll take... And we'll take this. I'm not going to keep on the double, although that could save us in the end. Okay. So this is kind of overkill. So before we do this action and before I draw the 7 cards, I'm now going to use intuition to look at the top 3 to give us some idea of how we're going to do on this test. So here's the order of them. So with our first 3 cards, we're going to get 3 successes. That's pretty good. You may discard cards from your hand through the other things. Okay. All right, well, let's do it again. 3, 3. I guess we got to still do 7. But now we can get this if we need to. 1, 2, 3. That's 1 wild card. I'm going to draw 6 cards again. I feel like... Well, okay, let's draw 7. All right, here we go. We're doing the test again. There's 3 cards. Is that the camera we want? There's 3 cards. 4 cards. 5 cards. So there's our... We are allowed to use all 7 cards. Did I do that right? Yeah, I only took 6 last time. Okay, so we actually got, it looks like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes. So we don't need to use any of the strength symbols. We actually didn't get any strength symbols. So we got 8 successes, though. Using this to keep 7 cards instead of 6. Cost us a ton of cards for that, but we didn't need to use this. Our Iron Bar did help us, but it wasn't necessary. Okay, that was crazy how expensive that action was. But sometimes it's not so easy to get a wagon out of the mud. 393. Let's see if this guy's going to make it worth our while. He says, "Thank you. Without your help, I would have been there all night, and my kids wouldn't have slept a wink." So we could take his compensation to take 2 149 cards. So the 149s are going to be barter items. That's pretty good. Or if you want him to drop us nearby the shell, return all the cards on the board and in the past, and put a 168 card into play. Do we know where that is? We don't even know where the shell is the problem. So surely we're not going with him to some unknown place. He could be taking us totally in the wrong direction. Jonathan says, take the barter. We'll map ourselves. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to take 2 149 cards instead of being dropped off at the shell. Okay, let's see what we get. A sack of grain. We already have one, but it's nice to have another. And juggling balls. Okay, we've never seen the juggling balls before. Let's see what we've got here. The sack of grain weighs weight, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're maxed out on weight. We may have to drop this sack of grain. Although it's valuable, we might think about whether we want to drop something else. What's this juggling balls? We can do a test to get rid of confused. Okay, well, we don't care about this, but we'll trade it away. So let's remember to trade it away if we get the chance. Now, what are we going to do with this, Jonathan? I mean, the sacks of grain are very useful, but we happen to already have one. We may be forced to get rid of it at some point. The only question is it crazy to get rid of this great armor? We just haven't fought anyone that does so much damage to us. But we might one day. I guess we get rid of the sack of grain. We don't need to, right? We fought so hard to get it, but we can't be carrying around 2 sacks of grains. Okay, Jonathan says drop it. All right, drop it. It dropped. Consider it dropped. All right, well, I mean, he was nice. I wouldn't have minded an extra one, an extra barter item, given that we already didn't need that. But I guess we're not about to tell him we're ungrateful. All right, so that was the event here. So that gets discarded, and now 135 comes out. It might be nice to know if we see him again where the shell is. So let's keep our eyes open if we see the shell. Okay, here's 135. At the top of a cliff, you spot some ruined buildings beyond which stand the first houses of Waterbank. If we had taken this guy's ride, who knows how far he would have taken us out of our way. Okay. What have we got here? It looks like there's an elevator up. We can talk to those people. Hopefully they want barterable items because we got plenty to give them. I don't see any numbers or anything special here. Okay. So, well, we're nearing Waterbank. That's good. But we're going to have to find our way up. Now, it looks like we could walk up on our own. So 2 VIs. The VIs are reachable by our ground shiver. Okay, let's walk over here. Draw a card and keep it. Spare no effort. That's a good card. When we leave here, we're going to have to pay an extra 2, but we're not leaving yet. Let's look over here. We're going to greet them. We have to spend a card for that and get out 395. I think we're going to start getting some mission-specific cards soon. Okay, so I'm going over to greet these people. Several people are at the foot of the cliff waiting for the freight elevator to be lowered, which will grant access to Waterbank. Behind a desk where a thick register is open, a woman in a green toga observes the scene. You approach the freight elevator when the woman calls out to you, this is only access to Waterbank. Come and see me if you want to go up. All right, so she might be a little resistant to us. There's nothing to do but to talk to her, though, right? And we don't have any glossary, learn more about Waterbank, right? No, okay. Well, we're friends with the Waterbank people. John says, do you want to clear the surrounding fog for the map records first? Oh, you're right. It's going to clear the world here. That's a good question. I guess not. I guess not. Because there's too much fighting in this world. I mean, it's too much people that are wasting our time fighting them. And I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we'll explore this area later more. Okay, so I think I'm just going to talk to this lady, 199. But you're right, it's a good question. If you think you really want to, we could. All right, let's see what this woman says, though. She says, we are collecting information reported by travelers in order to enrich a register on the collapsing lands. I can allow you to go up, provided you have something worthwhile to tell me. Otherwise, you'll have to work in the fields. If your knowledge is 15 or higher, which it is, you have no trouble finding information that the woman finds interesting. She allows you to use the freight elevator. Return all the cards on the board and in the past, and put a 263 card into play. So Jonathan was right. The board's getting wiped and we're entering Waterbank. Otherwise, we have to do a bunch of stuff. Toil in the fields, get exhausted. Okay, luckily we know enough that she lets us right in. 263. Let me get out the 263. All right, there's our 263. It's not specific to our quest. Let me check in with Jonathan. Okay, so I'm going to put these away. The rest of the cards, let's see. Okay, so we're going up to Waterbank. It wants us to clear the board and the things in the past. Is that right? Although it's not clear that we really need to. And in the past. So we don't have too many things in the past to put away. I don't think it's actually important that we do that. So I'm inclined to leave everything in the past, not quite follow the instructions. We can just push this out of the way, continue playing. I don't have to file all this away, but we'll have to bring it back out, sort the cards when we leave Waterbank. Otherwise, we can just do this. Jonathan is reminding me to take a screenshot first. Yes, I am going to take a screenshot. Normally, I've been taking a screenshot with a phone for better resolution, but that's okay. This will be fine. I'll take a screenshot through our system here. Okay. That should do it. Let me just see if we go to our slideshow. Where is it? Why isn't it taking a screenshot? Oops. I think that should do it. Why isn't it here in this? It should be in this set once it takes a screenshot. I don't see it, but maybe something's going a little bit wrong. That's okay. I'm going to assume it took a screenshot, and if it didn't, I can always redo these. I'm just going to put these off to the side. I'm not going to file everything away. I'm just going to push it off, since obviously we know that we're not going to see those while we do this. Okay, that's fine. So we're into Water Bank. Everything's fine. To the north, a freight elevator finishes hauling a handful of people not far from a covered wagon in the square. Two streets lined with elegant, newly renovated houses lead west and south, respectively. So here is the city of Waterbank. Wow, I thought it was going to be some little village, but look how built up it is. Waterbank is no joke. Is this going to be a full big city like Cal? Looks like a restaurant. There's someone doing magic down here in the corner. Okay. There looks like there's a little cottage, homemade place being built over here. Jonathan says, should we break here? I'm a bit more tired than usual. Probably only really want to play for another hour. Yeah, okay, let's take a break. 5 hours in. It's just you and me, Jonathan. Taking a break. Nothing wrong with that. This is as good a time as any. Okay, we're going to stop here. We've made it into Waterbank. 5-hour journey to get here. Makes complete sense. We will discuss, Jonathan and I, when the next session will be. It might be as early as tomorrow evening. It might be later in the week. It's this, we're getting used to the feel of 7 Citadel, which is you're slowly making progress into new territories. But when you do, it's exciting. We'll begin next session inside Waterbank. I'll see you next time.